morning. Next to me, we have lovely Vivian, who is co-curating with me the Human Rights Forum, and I'm Anna Ramskog-Lavit, the director of the Human Rights Film Festival Berlin. I say hi to everyone in our live stream as well in our audience. Vivian, what waits for us today?
Well, today we're going to talk about combating mis- and disinformation and open society and how we can tackle that with amazing panels and 3 film pitches today.
Can you tell us just a quick thing about the film pitches? What is that and what do we expect?
Right, so we've got 3 amazing teams that are coming. The first one is called Only Human, and it's about integrating refugees into Germany through dance and music. The second one is called Up in the Air. It's from Ukraine, and it's about circus kids. And the third one is called Stay Alive, My Son, which is actually a VR experience and talks about how a father is looking for his son, and is very touching, actually.
And for everyone who is in Berlin, in our exhibition, you can actually experience Stay Alive, My Son. We have it downstairs in our exhibition. Besides the 3 pictures, we have 3 fantastic panel discussions. And for all of you who are still here in the evening or online, we will have a panel discussion in the evening as part of our series Talking Humanity on freedom of press. But for now, I would say we directly start in the day and welcome Mette from the Y Foundation, our lovely keynote speaker of the day.
Perfect. Welcome, Mette.
Hi, Mette.
Hi.
The stage is all yours, and we are looking forward to learn more about the work of the Y Foundation.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me here. It's been really a pleasure. I was sitting in all day yesterday, and so many really important discussions took place. I worked with documentaries for more than 30 years, probably nearly 40. And I do believe that the power of storytelling, stories, truthful documentaries can change our hearts and minds. We can understand the world better. We can get an insight into people living far away from us with the different challenges and less opportunities that we might have. It's kind of a humanity awareness across borders of ethnicity, religion, culture, tradition. And I think these stories are really important. Well-told documentaries everybody should see them. And having worked with documentaries for so many years, I always thought it's important that we bring them out and help bring them out to all the people who don't have access to information and films. And in the world today, we have many challenges. 3.6 billion, I think, have no access to the internet. Nearly half of the world's population speak only their one local language. 90% of what's on the internet is on the 10 biggest languages. So, and you know, we have, I think it's nearly 750 million who cannot read and write, where also strong stories can actually enlighten people and enable people to navigate better in their local and also global world we live in. And so that's why we in the Y think it's super, super important to reach as many people as possible. I'll just give you a little background of the Y. So it was started as an umbrella organization for public service TV stations, mainly in Europe, where we wanted to set sort of bigger agendas that we as individual, documentary editors could do. So we put together money and we discussed. Doesn't it work?
No, I think now you lost it.
I lost it. I'll put it on again.
Okay,
I lost it. What did I do? So, yeah, just a minute. I'll lose it again. Hello? Works? Yeah? Okay. And we decided, it was in 2004, we met a bunch of documentary commission editors for public service TV, and we decided to look into what democracy means around the world. And we did a big series called Why Democracy, and it was a huge success. We won an Oscar for one of the films, but that was not so. It's important, of course, because it's good for marketing. But what was important was that these films got out all over the world in small communities and all over Africa, South America. We enabled lots of also public broadcasters in developing countries to show the films because we donated the films. And this concept we already there in 2007 thought was an interesting thing because these films got out to people who normally would not have the opportunity to see them and reflect and debate and these dialogues that stories actually stipulate. And after that, we did in 12 Why Poverty. And the same, it had sort of a huge spread. So since then we have In the Why, and I started working full-time in the Why 2017. So now it is an established small, I say it's the world's smallest organization with the biggest footprint. But from 2017 till now, I worked full-time just to get films out to all these people that, that's just actually has a hunger for stories, but also to understand the world we live in. Both, as I said before, like it's local stories. We work with local filmmakers, but it's stories that has a systemic understanding, and it's stories that we can draw knowledge from if we see it in other countries. But I'd like to just show you a little teaser, a little intro to what the Why is. So if we can roll the first teaser. If we roll still, I'm not sure what we do. Press the button.
तुम कब से काम कर रही हो डिफरेंस कैसे चल रही हो
These 8 documentaries are going to set a standard, I think, in terms of storytelling. And as I like to say, that when we open people's heart, we often open their minds.
This is the launch of the biggest ever global media campaign that will really put the spotlight on the scourge of modern-day slavery.
Tonight, we can start a global conversation by asking the question, why?
Event to open a whole new door for Mongolians to see the world from another perspective.
So the last clip was when Mongolian, for the first time, Mongolian TV was showing independent voices from around the world. And I find it quite really touching that he says now the Mongolians are going to see the world with other eyes. And I believe very much that it's important to hear voices from all around the world. So when we buy and curate, we curate and buy 20 films per year, and we find films from all over the world made by independent filmmakers. And of course, we have a lot of editorial considerations to do, that they are trying to tell the truth, and that it's, that if they say numbers and so, that it's fact-based. But we do believe in independent voices, and And we also think that it's easier for people in another part of the world to actually identify. Now it broke again. Not so good. Hello. I'll do this. So you actually can identify with people from far away from your own life, but it's emotional. It's lives you show. It's something you feel is experience and some other people have. And so we do these 20 films per year. And then every 3 or 4 years, we do a theme like why democracy, why poverty, why slavery, why women. Last year we did why plastic, and I'll show you some trailers later. And these themes we intend to say we have some really complicated challenges or complicated thoughts or words. So our next theme is freedom, we have decided to do. And I was really reluctant with freedom because it's like the word has been taken by right-wing extremists in America and other places. But then I thought, okay, but freedom is a valued word for me, so we should take this word back and then describe from all over, with films, what it means to different people, different countries, what kind of challenges freedom is. You have the 4 freedoms: freedom from fear. I remember yesterday the word fear was used. So freedom from fear, freedom from hunger, freedom from all the things. So in principle, you can include all kinds of stories in why freedom, because you also have the fear of climate change, the fear of migration, and so all these things. So it's very, very exciting. And right now we do a lot of research on what films and what stories and what challenges can be included in freedom. And we'll do a big call for filmmakers, probably in the beginning of next year. For that new adventure or venture we go into. These films, we then have 4 platforms, if you say, that we work on. And we actually want to reach all people. It's very ambitious, and we don't, of course, do that. But each of our films reach approximately 100 million people. One of our platforms is BBC World News, and they have bought all our films till now. And some people will say, why do you work with BBC? I know that some countries it's a former colony, and they think, but our films is our films. They have their own integrity, their own identity, and BBC actually value that they also have voices from around the world on BBC World. But also, you reach 40% of the world's decision makers. And particularly decision makers in countries where they don't have their reliable news sources. So of course, it's a lot of countries all over the world again. We have a lot of censorship and autocracies taking, the truth away or not revealing news in a proper way, you can say, or in a varied way, but with a certain agenda. And so we are actually very proud of working with BBC that way. We think it's super cool to reach some 40% of the world's decision makers. Then we donate films to developing countries where they have or have had censorship, like Mongolia. We were in Afghanistan. Unfortunately, we have lost our dear friend there due to the war, but we try and get into countries different ways. We work with TV Rain that Putin also closed down in Russia, but we now work with them and donate films to them. They transmit into Russia in dodgy ways, you can say, not very formal ways. And we work probably 70 TV stations around the world where we donate films to, like Watan TV in Palestine. We're in Kenya, we're in Nigeria, we are many, many places, most countries in South America, Asia. So that's one of the broadcasters that we donate to. But then we also work with so many, I can't count them, but the NGOs who use maybe one film, maybe all our films, to create debate on a local scale. It can be in villages, in squares, in schools. Recently we showed a film about trafficking in Nigeria to some 9,000 children there, or students, and it actually did prevent 2 girls from being sent abroad to the Middle East. It's a story about how a lot of poor young girls and women are sent to the Middle East, and they take their passport away, and they're basically slaves until the owner decides to send them back, if they ever do that. So it's a very tough film, but you know, as they said in Nigeria, seeing is believing, and I believe that also seeing is believing. You hear a lot of rumors, you hear a lot of things, but actually to see what happens to these girls being sent to the Middle East, it's very, very powerful. We, with the same film, changed, or there's a new law in Burundi being negotiated right now, also based on our film that was shown to politicians in the parliament there. So they will protect women from being sent abroad going forward. So very, very powerful impact some of the films have in many places. So we donate to TV stations, we donate to NGOs and have screenings in many places. Then we have our YouTube channel that we are very proud of. It started a little sort of random, we put some films up, but now we have an editor and had really good text and so, but we actually have just turned 17 million are watching our YouTube channel. We have started a channel in Arab speaking, so completely language versions. One of our key focuses is to language version. And so we have an Arab, Swahili, Chinese, Spanish, Portuguese, and we just got money from the Danish government to do Russian language versions. So we have a Russian YouTube channel, and we are very proud of that because you do reach people again. Of course, it's people with internet, but you reach people you would otherwise not reach. And again, one of our films, also about trafficking, has been seen by nearly 100,000 in Saudi Arabia, nearly 190,000 in the Emirates. So they also get out in countries where it is really a problem and where they know about these trafficked girls. And the last one is, of course, our school educational programs, and it's very emotional for me because I never thought that documentaries could have such an impact. Where we are furthest with that is in Denmark. We have done screenings for 3 years now, and we doubled our audiences, or the students per year. This year we reached 6,000, or we'll show films to 6,000 children. We have children saying, one child, a young guy, 15, from a not so big town in Denmark, saying, I think Why Stories has changed my life. And we have another one saying, this is actually what we don't see in TV. You don't see what happens to refugee kids before and after the newsfeed, and what can actually become of them. And you know, it has started dialogues in the classes about, we all come with different backgrounds, and it's important, you know, you are interested. So the teacher says it's an empathy booster, it's less bullying, more inclusion, more interest in the world. And one teacher also wrote to us that they make more homework. So films can have huge impacts in all kinds of ways. I'm not sure about the time, but should I show a little clip? Yeah? Okay. So I just want to show you a clip, and also how these themes, how we get ideas to themes. So in 2012, when we were launching Why Poverty in the UN, I was fortunate to get a ticket to hear Mr. Obama, President Obama, speak. And he spent 40 minutes talking about modern-day slavery to people like Gates and, you know, all big foundations and the politicians. And I thought, okay, I knew, of course, we had slavery, modern-day slavery, but if he spends 40 minutes, it must be much bigger and more systemic than I ever thought. So I'll just show you a little teaser. Can we show the slavery teaser?
I'm talking about the injustice, the outrage of human trafficking, which must be called by its true name, modern slavery. I do not use that word slavery lightly. It evokes obviously one of the most painful chapters in our nation's history. When a woman is locked in a sweatshop or trapped in a home as a domestic servant, alone and abused, that's slavery. When a man desperate for work finds himself in a factory or on a fishing boat or in a field, working, toiling for little or no pay and beaten if he tries to escape, that is slavery. When a little girl is sold by her impoverished family and then imprisoned in a brothel and tortured if she resists,
I will not sit and watch this kind of shit.
it's barbaric.
We are not animals.
And it is evil. Human trafficking is not a business model. It is a crime. A teenage girl beaten. We see you. We hear you. No child should ever be exploited. That has to be burned into the cultures of every country. People and our children are not for sale.
Yeah, he's a good speaker, but it's also a really important topic. And when we do these themes, you start reading lots of books. And I was reading Wilberforce, who's maybe the first human rights fighter, because he fought for the abolition of slavery in England. And he and his friend, they toured around England from town to tell about how the slaves were African people were moved, how inhuman conditions people were brought to other countries to be slaves, and very powerful. And he is probably the first human rights fighter. And I like the sentence, like, you may choose to look the other way, but you can never again say you did not know. And I think that's also the heart of documentaries. You can never again, have you seen a documentary, say you don't know. And I think that documentaries, it makes us reflect, and it makes us also strengthen our capacity to interact with the people from other parts of the world and other backgrounds that you might have yourself. It also gives you an idea, that a hope, I think, that at some point we all can get together and we wouldn't have wars and stuff. But I do think that sometimes my job feels a little bit one step forward and two steps backwards. And I think right now it's a little difficult for me at least, to carry too much hope. But obviously, this whole, as the theme today, disinformation. There's so many autocracies where they manipulate with knowledge and information, and it's very, very hard to counterbalance that. And at least otherwise, what we try to do. So now we are bombarding Russia. We have made a deal with Belsat, who will transmit with satellite into Belarus. We have just donated 70 films to Moldova TV, and they will transmit one every week, and also transmit into Russia. There's an overspill at least. We'll work with TV Rain. We'll push our own YouTube channel. So I do think that we can fight a little bit with words, and documentaries can make a difference, and we hope so. And that's what we get up every morning, and it's a small office. We are 7 people employed, and then lots of volunteers. But we do reach lots of people, and we get lots of impact back, that people are changing habits and reflecting, and we can see that also lots of dialogues and debates are taking place, and that's why the why and asking why is important. So thank you. And questions? Yeah, I think we can have, because we were a little late because the music didn't start, so we can have a few questions, I think. Or maybe there are no questions. Then you keep your time. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Meta. It was amazing having you, and the work of the Y Foundation. It's so incredibly important. And when I saw the trailers, I was like, oh wow, that film we showed in 2019, Why Slavery, and Why Plastic. If I'm not absolutely mistaken, I think we showed it in 2020.
Yeah.
So.
No.
No.
Because they were completed in 21.
So no.
So but maybe some other similar.
Similar.
I can't remember, yeah.
Thank you so much for your work and for taking
thank you for your work. Incredible. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. So we are going to shortly change the stage for our next panel. We are going to rebuild it a bit and put down the big table and put on new chairs. And then we have a wonderful, quite big round discussing this and misinformation and the role of it as a weapon of war. And we hope that you get new insights from this panel, in particular, that you learn new things and that you get inspired. We do have very, very amazing guests and a fantastic host. And I would like to welcome next to me Naila, who will be your moderator of this session. She is a human rights expert, please join me, and has worked with various NGOs before and is for a few months now in Germany and will guide you through this fantastic panel. And I will leave the stage to you, introducing all our other wonderful panelists, whom I'm very thankful for participating today.
Everyone, as Anna said, I'm Najla Faizi from Afghanistan. I'm so happy to be here with activists and great people here. Today in this session, we will discuss on role of dis and misinformation in times of war, with focusing on role of whistleblowers, things happening currently in Ukraine and Afghanistan, and role of disinformation and misinformation in humanitarian services in the war zone countries. I'm so happy to have great panelists with us in today's session. I'm just inviting them to join me on the stage. There will be Gabriel Shipton, the producer of this festival opening film, Ithaca, which is about Julian Assange, the founder of WikiLeaks. Gabriel, could you please join me? We have Vladimir Shiko, the Director General at the Ukrainian Institute in Kiev. Please. And Josephine Schmidt, Executive Editor at the New Humanitarian. Pia Böhmen, former journalist and Managing Director at the Norwegian Refugee Council in Deutschland. And finally, Atifa Rezaei, the Afghanistan human rights activist. So pleased to have you all here. Let's start this discussion with you, Gabriel. You produced a documentary about your brother, Julian Assange, who shared a series of leaks during the war in Afghanistan and Iraq in 2010. Connecting of this content, I would like to have your opinion on the role of whistleblowers in the context of storytelling as a weapon of war.
Well, thanks. It's good to be here, and honored to be on this panel with some great fellow panelists. So I guess I could speak about, but I guess probably good to start, why WikiLeaks, why Julian founded WikiLeaks, and it was founded essentially because of misinformation and disinformation. Populations, people, they don't like wars. They're not really good for people, and so they have to sort of be convinced into them. And Julian saw this problem, particularly with the Iraq War, and the big lie about WMDs that was exposed in the Iraq War, which was cited as the reason for going to war. And so Julian saw this problem in the media, in journalism, that the media was being used to sell these wars to populations. And that's part of the reason why he founded WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks was founded to protect sources, but also to hold the media accountable for what they were publishing. Usually, before WikiLeaks, these media corporations and organisations, they would be the guardians of these of leaks and information that was coming from inside the military institutions or governments, and us as people or the population wouldn't be able to see these leaks. And so with WikiLeaks, they sort of decentralised the whole method of leaking, and using encryption and Tor and the architecture of the internet and this sort of jurisdictional arbitrage, they were able to create a decentralised leaking platform that protected sources. So WikiLeaks became a magnet for leaks, especially these large data sets that were now available in the digital age. So what happened was that with WikiLeaks, you were able to have this sort of scientific type of journalism. So, Julian came from a science background. He studied mathematics, physics. He's always, been a computer programmer, hacker, and so he always, science papers, you have to prove, or mathematics papers, you have to prove your theories or and they're peer-reviewed and things like that. So that's sort of this concept of scientific journalism, and with WikiLeaks, that you could have the leak and you could have the corresponding article, and you could compare both of them, and you could instantly tell if there was any misinformation or disinformation, because you had the source material as well. And then if there was, you would have other journalists or citizen journalists who were able to report on those leaks in a different context, depending on where they were important for. If say in Lebanon, articles, these leaks were reported on differently, to a Lebanese audience than they were, say, in the UK. So I think, part of this problem we're facing, Julian identified that very early on, and that's sort of why WikiLeaks was founded in the first place.
That's interesting. Just as a follow-up question, what is the projection of whistleblowers plays in the war context?
Sorry, what is the...
What does the projection of whistleblowers plays in the war context?
Well, I guess, the protection of whistleblowers is, supremely important, really. If whistleblowers can't be protected, then the likelihood of them blowing the whistle is reduced. So, whistleblower protection is so important. And before WikiLeaks and came into play, there's, people would just send emails, there would be no encryption. So in a digital world, protecting sources became, it became different. It wasn't like, oh, call me from a public phone. It wasn't that sort of source protection. Now it was like, well, how do we hide your identity digitally? You know, how do we protect your identity digitally? And so that's where, you know, encryption came into play, particularly with, you know, what's something that's widely adopted now that WikiLeaks pioneered was the anonymous Dropbox, you know, an anonymous Dropbox where, you know, whistleblowers could just drop things anonymously. I guess the olden days it would have been like a, you know, a brown envelope on a park bench, but now it's all digital. So that was pioneered by WikiLeaks, and now it's been adopted by all the legacy media or mainstream media to protect their sources. But I think in Julian's case, you know, this unprecedented prosecution of a publisher for publishing, you know, evidence of war crimes, for publishing corruption, evidence of torture at Guantanamo Bay. I think this has been something that's, you know, whistleblowers look at this now and see what can happen to publishers, and it has this, you know, ultimately has a chilling effect on journalism, but also that has a flow-on effect to whistleblowers, because whistleblowers see what's going on and they see publishers being prosecuted for publishing, and these publishers are having to think twice about what they publish. So whistleblowers don't have many places to go anymore. You know, if you have you know, this huge data leaks, similar to Snowden, similar to Chelsea Manning, where do you go? There's, you know, it's almost impossible now to imagine where these data leakers would go and actually have that information published. And so this, you know, it's not just a chilling effect on the media, but it's a chilling effect on these whistleblowers. And interestingly, part of Chelsea Manning's story was she actually went to the New York Times before she went to WikiLeaks. She took that information to the New York Times and they said they ignored her. Mm-hmm. And so she went to WikiLeaks, and, you know, WikiLeaks ended up working with these publishers all around the world, you know, Le Monde, El Pais, Der Spiegel here in Germany, New York Times, to publish these leaks on this grand scale. So yeah, I think whistleblower protection is supremely important in that sense. Yeah.
Thank you. Just I'm coming from Afghanistan, so it's now controlled by the Taliban. If you could briefly point out about like if journalists are persecuted in Taliban or get in trouble in under the Taliban control. So it's like we know the Taliban and we know how kind of people they are. But in Europe or in US, when for a series of leaks is published or information is published with the people, and the person might get in trouble or maybe imprisoned, like Julian, that he has been imprisoned for years. How you see it? Like for me, like as a citizen of Afghanistan, it's like a little. It's not disappointed.
You mean disappointed in the West and their treatment of a journalist, or is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So, you know, what's happening to Julian is a sort of sign to the rest of the world, particularly authoritarian regimes, that you know, it's okay to do this to publishers. You know, even in you know. You know, with the Western democracies, we like to hold ourselves, you know, say we like have all this morality and have the moral high ground over other countries, but really we're setting, you know, the UK and the US are sort of setting the standard here and doing it very publicly. You know, Julian is arguably the most famous journalist in the world, the most famous dissident, jailed dissident in the world. And so it's done very publicly and sends a message to governments all over the world that, you know, this is okay. This is something that that Western governments, the world hegemon does, so that, you know, it's okay to do it in Saudi Arabia, or it's okay to do it in China or Azerbaijan or even Afghanistan. So I think of the West and Western democracies, you know, they love to they love to lecture other countries on their human rights, on their press freedoms records, and really to be able to do that effectively and to be able to promote this sort of Western ideal of democracy with this pillar of press freedom that brings knowledge about policy, about what the governments are doing to other countries, then they have to set Julian Assange free.
Thank you, Gabriel, for sharing. And let's move the discussion to the current war in Ukraine. And Vladimir, at the Ukrainian Institute, you have been working to present the Ukrainian cultural history to the world, and also creating informational resources about the Ukrainian war, the war in Ukraine. But I would like to have to hear from you how you're doing this, and also how disinformation is used in the Ukrainian war context.
Thank you for the question. It's good to see everyone. Thank you for coming. I represent an organization for cultural diplomacy and cultural relations that is tasked to basically enhance international understanding of Ukraine through our cultural assets and through cultural cooperation and interaction with the rest of the world. And usually, cultural diplomacy and disinformation do not really come side by side or even discussed together in a context like this. But indeed, Russian invasion of Ukraine that started in February this year and the war that started in 2014 presented this huge challenge for our cultural cooperation with other countries, which is exactly about this misinformation, manipulation of public opinion that Russia has been doing internationally for decades. And of course, Ukraine is not the only victim of those policies. But now it has created a lot of problems, issues, and challenges for our country as we struggle to convey our narratives to the world, convince the world about the true events that are happening in the country, and even sometimes more importantly about the origins of this war and about, you know, how did that happen, that basically in the 21st century there was a huge war in the center of Europe, and how did that happen, and how a lot of countries and societies are letting this war happen. So we at the Ukrainian Institute have coined a term called cultural disinformation that we are dealing with in a part of our program portfolio. And this has to do with false, toxic, or just untrue narratives and facts that have been spread, propagated by Russia through various organizations, media, applications for a very, very long time since the Soviet Union. And this continuity is really important to stress. Between the Soviet Union and today's Russia, there is a direct inheritance of methods, of narratives, of colonial attitudes towards Ukraine and also other neighboring countries that have also suffered from Russian colonial rule. That the only purpose of those narratives and efforts are to undermine Ukraine's history, Ukraine's identity, language, culture, to denigrate its uniqueness, to denigrate its difference from the Russian culture, and therefore thereby create this kind of homogeneous geopolitical space that is labeled to belong to the Russian sphere of influence. And this is a very dangerous and very kind of deeply instilled narrative in so many occasions that directly helps advance Russian expansionist and aggressive foreign policies, including military aggression against Ukraine, but also previously against Georgia, against Moldova and Transnistria, and other places in the vicinity of Russia. So Ukraine's cultural diplomacy, particularly after the 24th of February this year, is indeed focused at debunking those false narratives, identifying them, researching them, and offering a genuine and true alternative to those, because we do not work as a counter-propaganda agency. That would be just too stupid and not fair. So our job is to offer a genuine, true alternative and not just present a beautiful picture that has to do little with reality, but actually present Ukraine in its strengths and its weaknesses, in its troubles and its victories, because we believe that only by telling a true and genuine story and by being open about ourselves, we can win trust and we can basically go through those, those narratives that are really undermining Ukrainian statehood and our chances to win this war. And I wanted also to say a little bit about the theoretical aspects of this conversation. I think we're used mostly to discuss dis and misinformation in the way that it is fast. So disinformation messages appear fast because we consume information quickly. We use social media, we watch television, we share information quite quickly with each other. So a lot of disinformation appears quickly, it gets into our heads, and it takes quite a lot of time to actually debunk. And even when it's debunked, we have moved on, and it's very difficult to sort of reverse the damage that has already been caused by that effort. Secondly, disinformation is quite often visible. It is traceable, it is trackable by human effort, but also by algorithms of social media, or other organizations have used mathematical algorithms to actually filter out and track and identify false information being spread. And a lot of organizations in the US and Europe and other parts of the world have done a lot of work studying that and actually fabricating those algorithms that help us be protected against disinformation. But cultural disinformation is something very different. It is something that is being spread continuously, quite often invisibly, through methods such as education curriculum, such as artistic projects that appear to be high quality, and they are indeed high quality, good production value, very well attended, but those messages, those false narratives, those ill-intended intent, basically, is very carefully hidden or just present very much in those efforts, and that helps the aggressor basically achieve a cumulative effect that might not be identifiable, might not be visible immediately, but actually ultimately down the road does change international perceptions of a country or a society or a fact in history or I don't know, anything pretty much, with a huge number of people internationally. And that is something that we have researched a lot. I will not focus on this for the purpose of time, but we can talk about this later, on how culture and cultural assets are being misused, manipulated, and actually, used for a completely wrong reason other than the very purpose of cultural relations, which is to build trust and understanding. And we now see in the world, and Ukraine is not alone in this issue, how culture is being turned into a weapon, and quite often, sadly, a very effective weapon of manipulation, and basically a very successful add-on to hard policies, economic policies, political moves, and also military aggression in very different regions of the world.
Vladimir, thank you for sharing also the cultural misinformation it's very interesting, which is also happening in other war-zone countries like Afghanistan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Josephine, at the New Humanitarian, you have been working in the war zone countries, also reports from, including reporting from Ukraine and Afghanistan. I would like to have your opinion on how disinformation and misinformation forms the war, actually.
Thank you. That's a great question, and thanks for asking me to join the conversation. Just to give you an idea of where I'm coming from, the New Humanitarian is an independent nonprofit newsroom, and we cover humanitarian crises around the world. So that means that, yes, we cover conflict situations, and we are not there only for the headlines. We are very committed to covering what we often call so-called forgotten conflicts, forgotten perhaps to mainstream media, but of course not to people in the midst of them. We cover the impacts of climate change. We cover disasters, etc. And we were founded right after the genocide in Rwanda in the mid-90s, really as an antidote to misinformation and disinformation, or with the hope and really the belief that fact-based information might not have prevented the genocide, but could have made the impacts less long-lasting, on the belief that fact-based information can help prevent humanitarian disasters. So that was decades ago. We, at that time, we were founded as part of the UN, within the UN, but we are now completely independent. We are an independent newsroom. And we think a lot about disinformation, misinformation, and really the role of storytelling when reporting from conflict situations. And since we've all been here these past several days to talk about storytelling, when we think about covering war, covering conflict, if you take a step back and think for a minute, war is the ready-made story, right? We have the us, we have the then, we have the conflict, we have the what if, we have the what's next. And if you look at the Western canon, you know, look back at the Iliad, look at the Odyssey, the Iliad, the story of war, the Odyssey, the return from war. And the purpose of these narratives is, it's all about power. And the purpose of these narratives in any war, whether we're talking about the Iliad or we're talking about Ukraine, or, you know, we prefer, at the New Humanitarian, I prefer to think of conflict writ large. So is Afghanistan at war? Maybe not officially, but yes, there's a lot of tension and a huge power disparity going on there, right, with the Taliban in control. So who's winning and who's losing? You know, I was talking to someone the other day, a professor of literature, who said, you know, had Putin read the Iliad or remembered reading the Iliad, he would have realized that what he's doing in Ukraine is the best thing for promoting a sense of nationhood and power and pulling people together. And I think we always have to remember that when we are reporting on conflict, on war, that there is a narrative that has been built, that has been put out there to win support on one side or the other. I don't know if you're familiar with a book called War is the Force That Gives Us Meaning by Chris Hedges from 2002-2003. He is a former war correspondent in the US, and his whole premise is that to prosecute a war, first of all, you need to build what sounds very much like the cultural disinformation you were talking about. This doesn't just come out of nowhere. You need to build a narrative. You need to build support. You need to give people, your citizens, a purpose. And that those who do not believe your narrative can then be branded enemies, internal enemies. And you know, this I think we see happening certainly in Ukraine. I mean, it's an old story, right? In the reporting that we do, there are a number of ways that we see disinformation and misinformation being fostered. within societies. And when I say disinformation and misinformation being fostered, really the whole point is to create a lack. You know, those in power are taking away, creating a lack. So it's a lack of control, a lack of decision-making ability. It's a lack of access in a very physical way and in a way that can be dangerous to journalists, in a way that can be can cause citizens to lose their lives, in a way that interferes with humanitarian aid. And it's also a lack of media literacy. It's if all you have available to you is information that's not fact-based, not I like your term, Gabriel, on scientific journalism, which I take to mean fact-based journalism. You can hold the data up. If all you have available to you is something that's been fabricated, you really lose the ability to understand what's true, what isn't true, what do I believe, what don't I believe, and you really lose freedom. So what we're seeing, and again, these are not new ways of controlling information or spinning a narrative out there. There are three ways that governments, those in power, those who want to be in power, are spinning out their narratives or controlling information through legislation. We've seen this if you look last year at the winners of the Nobel Prize, so Rappler and Novaya Gazeta. Neither of them are publishing with any ease now, and that's because of legislation. Novaya Gazeta was basically shut down for ostensibly tax reasons and other, quote, administrative reasons. Rappler is facing a number of court cases, again, all very legally based, to shut them up, shut them down. One of our contributors in Somalia was arrested last week for breaking a law which was forbidding journalists from reporting on Al-Shabaab. So there are many ways that information is controlled just by passing a law that says you can report on this, you can't report on this, or you're not able to distribute information in this way or that way. Turkey, I believe Uganda recently passed legislation forbidding certain types of reporting to be done, to be distributed digitally. That just shuts down whole areas of information, shuts out whole audiences. Intimidation. Which you have both referred to. So, you know, intimidation by governments, intimidation by others. I'm thinking of Syria, Yemen, where we have found it very, very difficult to report on the ground because reporters, local reporters that we have used and relied on, are frankly scared for their lives. They're scared for their families. And there's a great deal of self-censorship that goes on. And then third is access. And when we talk about access, we can talk about physical access. Who can actually get to this place or that place where war is happening, where conflict is happening, where villages may or may not exist anymore? I mean, this is something that impacts us as journalists, it impacts humanitarians, and it's something that we're seeing more and more of. I mean, it begins with who gets a visa if someone is coming in to report. It begins with who has the ties to the government. It begins with who will agree to go into a place and report with the government or with a militia group, etc. It's also access in terms of distribution. Who can receive this information? More and more, it's very, very difficult for, say, the general public to receive unbiased, neutral information in their countries because whole platforms have been shut down. VPNs may not work anymore. For a while, WhatsApp groups, WhatsApp newsletters were useful in some places, maybe not anymore in others. So it's a whole arsenal of methods that governments are using to create a narrative, to control a narrative, to win power, and it's been very difficult to push back against this as journalists, but we're trying.
Thank you, Josephine. You also pointed about the role of freelancers and local contributor, and you are working at a humanitarian across like the war zone countries as well. So how you make sure those local contributors or journalists who are reporting from the war zone areas are protected?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. You know, even when we're not reporting from active conflict areas, and to be honest, we are not often in active conflict areas because we see our work in areas where people have moved, where people have been displaced, not so much on the front lines. But we are always, whether we are sending in an international reporter, and when we do that, we are always working with a local reporter as well. So whether we're sending in an international reporter or working with someone who is local already on the ground, we do a very thorough risk assessment. We're a small organization. We're not like the BBC, Al Jazeera, New York Times, who have a whole security apparatus who can go in with their teams, et cetera. So we do a very thorough risk assessment to ensure that one, our reporters, our journalists know what they're facing, know what they're getting into. So we're looking to ensure physical safety, but also digital security, which is really important for the people we're talking to, for our sources. Do our journalists know how to make sure that the information they have, the information they gather, cannot be taken away from them if their phone is taken? Do they know not to travel with a laptop that may have information on their sources, et cetera? And we also assess for psychological security. So how do you deal, how do you speak to people who have just gone through what's often the most traumatic point in their lives? How do you take care of yourself when you're in the midst of a conflict situation? What we're trying to do really is make sure that we always have a plan, you know, B, C, and D, in case plan A doesn't work. Often, in terms of security, we will, as I was just mentioning in Yemen and Syria, it's very, very difficult to find people who will write for us openly. So we will work with local reporters and not use their names, which is heartbreaking, not to give them credit for the work they've done, but it can be incredibly dangerous. We're also thinking, when we're thinking of security, we're not only thinking of security in the moment, but security a month, a year, 2 years, 5 years from the time this story is published. So should the community in which one of our journalists lives and his or her family lives, should control of that community shift to another power, will that person be safe? So these are questions we need to ask. We often will grant anonymity to a number of our sources for the same reasons. We will often time publication to be after the point when the journalists have been in a region, so that any blowback will hopefully not impact them so heavily. Yeah, there are all sorts of precautions that we take, among them making sure that we have contacts with media organizations, both national and international, should someone be detained, to make sure that our local journalists stay safe.
Thank you.
I'll just add one more thing, though, that in some conflicts, we have found it, for instance, in Ethiopia, our reporting has been done by international journalists coming in because it has just been too risky to work with local journalists because so many people are being detained. And that doesn't mean we're not using local sources, but we're not able to ensure the security of local journalists if we are using their bylines.
Thank you. And let's move to the role of misinformation and disinformation in humanitarian services. Per, you have been working with the Norwegian refugee councils, and NRC has been working in more than 3 countries across the globe, including Afghanistan and Ukraine. I would like to have your opinions on misinformation and disinformation effects on humanitarian services in these war zone areas.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. Thank you for having me on the panel. We're currently working in about 36 countries throughout the world. It goes a little bit up and down, but right now there's 36 countries. There are three major assets in humanitarian work without which we cannot work. One is the human resources that we have that bring all the skill, that put their lives at stake sometimes to reach out and provide humanitarian services. We have 16,000 or more than 16,000 people working for NRC worldwide. About 15,500 of those are local employees, so they're not sent out from Norway or Germany, but they're local employees in their own country. And that is really the most important asset we have. The second thing that we really need, of course, is funding. We need individuals, governments, and others to fund the work so we can pay these people, but also so that we can procure the material needed for humanitarian efforts. And the third asset that really makes it possible for number 1 and 2 to function is the neutrality. A humanitarian organization is neutral, is independent. This means that we do not take sides in conflicts. This means that this enables us to work on both sides in a conflict and really to assist the people most in need. Humanitarian assistance in this respect is needs-based, and we do not take religious or political or sexual or gender issues into consideration when we try and reach out to the people in need. And for neutrality, you don't get neutrality by standing on a rock and shouting, "Hello, I'm neutral, don't shoot at me, I'm neutral." But you get neutrality by being judged for what you do and how you do it. And this is where misinformation comes in as a massive danger to us. It can be deliberate, people trying to miscredit us, saying NRC here is working only for this side, we haven't got anything for our side. And then it's about perception, how it is being perceived. If it is perceived that we're not being neutral, we are taking sides, we'll lose neutrality, we'll lose the possibility, the capacity to reach out to the people most in need. It can also be unintentional. If you have journalists writing, take a conflict, and they write for the state magazine, saying NRC has been here conducting an assessment and they will start helping here and here as soon as possible. Now, okay, someone from the other side reads this and say, okay, they're going to start working there. What about us? We haven't seen anything here. Again, it's a challenge to our perception of being neutral. So we have to be careful with our messaging, that we always take the side of the affected people. We do not take the sides of governments. We do not take sides in conflicts, and we cannot be perceived as doing so. And this is a difficult balance. We need to speak both to the authorities, the de facto or the de jure authorities, whoever is in charge of the areas where we are, and explaining, this is what we are. We are not taking sides. We're trying to reach out. Please accept this. But we also have to reach out to the local population directly. And it's by the deeds that we do, and that we can be seen as reaching out, as not looking into political considerations or other considerations when we try and reach out. And I mean, this is in an ideal world, of course, if there is such a thing as an ideal world in a humanitarian situation. But there are lots of factors influencing this, and I think a lot of you mentioned the cultural, in a way, appropriation, but using culture. I mean, I worked for 15 years with the Balkans. Now, there are two languages that people understand in the Balkans, and I'm not talking about if it's going to be Serbian, Croatian, Montenegrin, or Bosnian. I'm talking about history and religion. If you can, on one side, on the propaganda side, attribute anything to this is what we did in history, this is what our religion says, this is a language that is easy to understand for the population. So again, we need to keep out of that, saying, okay, this is not what we do. We do not take this into consideration. We have to provide a counter-narrative that is humanitarian, that is neutral, and that makes it possible for us to maintain this neutrality.
Yeah, it's great, but like humanitarian organization are like the mission are to be neutral and don't take side of any parties. But also organizations in countries like Afghanistan are also trying to have the local authorities like agreement to do their work. The NRCs also have humanitarian services in Afghanistan as well, some education for displaced people, and I would like to have your experience, how you deal with this challenge. You try to work with the needy people and also have their own local authorities like Taliban there, how you do it.
We always have to not in a way cooperate with, but we have to have an agreement of the local authorities to be able to work there. Yes, we are talking to the Taliban. We were talking to the Taliban before 15th of August last year also, because we need to negotiate access. We can't just go out, put stuff in a truck, drive it out there and hope it will arrive somewhere. It's about security, and it's about building a confidence and a trust in us as a humanitarian organization. We speak to all sides in a conflict. In Yemen, we speak to both sides of the government and Ansar Allah, because we need their agreement to be able to reach out. This does not mean that we endorse them as a political entity. This does not mean that we endorse what they do towards the population. But if we don't have an agreement to be able to reach out, we can't do anything at all. If we take the side of anyone, it is really of the affected people, and we do speak out on this also. It's a balance, but we have a Secretary General who's very outspoken when it comes to human rights violations also, because he has that background. This has sometimes created problems when we have pointed out human rights violation towards our beneficiaries. And there's been a pushback saying, okay, you are taking sides here, we're not going to let you work. And then we have to go back and explain, no, we are not taking sides. We are not condemning any side in the conflict, but we are noting that there is human rights violations towards our beneficiaries. We are not able to reach out here. We have to speak out about that. But it is a balance. It is a balance. Some humanitarian organizations take a more strict view and say that we will not speak out at all and try to work as efficiently as possible, while others do try and speak out against these violations while still trying not to make it into a political issue. But we must take the side of the affected people. And to do that, to be able to do this, again, we need to negotiate in a way with both sides. We are not going to make any political commitments, of course, but we have to talk to them.
Yeah, great. But sometimes, like, people of Afghanistan is saying that Taliban might get advantages of or use these humanitarian services more than the needy people.
Sorry, they're trying to...
It's like in Afghanistan now people are complaining about some humanitarian organizations because they think that those aids are like Taliban are using those services and like take advantages of those services more than the needy people sometimes.
Well, there are two things here. If I don't think any humanitarian organizations are really supporting the Taliban as a structure. But then, of course, the Taliban is not a monolithic structure either. You have people who sympathize with the Taliban who are still in need. Are we going to exclude them for the political affiliation? No, we're not. We are not using the Taliban or any other group as a conduit for our humanitarian work. And we try to make sure that we still here can remain neutral. Again, it's a matter of perception. How are we perceived when doing this? We would not support Taliban structures. We can still go in and say, for instance, which we have done, negotiating with the Taliban, say, look, we are doing education programs here. We want to keep the girls in school. Can you do that or can you not? And then in some places, they can, they still do it. It's not a monolithic structure. In some places, they say, no, absolutely not, and say, okay, then we can't work. We have women working for us here. They need to continue their work to reach out to Afghan women. Can they do that or not? And in some places, it's perfectly okay. In some places, the authorities say, no, you cannot. and then we have to withdraw. We have to take a decision, where do we do most where do we have the most effect of our work, and where could we probably provide more harm by adapting to the standards we're set to. So it's always a decision that has to be taken. I mean, the do no harm principle. The worst thing that can happen, are we actually doing more harm than help with our humanitarian assistance? And this is not only by if we're reaching out to the wrong people, but it's also about how we're being perceived. Are we being perceived somewhere as taking a part of the conflict? Then we should really consider about, we probably should pull out, because we cannot maintain our neutrality.
Thank you so much. And Atifa, you have been in Germany for the last 1 year, but I'm sure you have been in contact with your friends and your network in Afghanistan. Regarding the disinformation and misinformation situation in Afghanistan, what's your opinion regarding the things happening there, and how do you feel? Do you feel like the true information are shared, not only by media inside Afghanistan, because apparently most of them are controlled by Taliban and they cannot share information regarding the situation inside the country, but also medias and channels who are working abroad. How do you see it?
Hello everyone, thank you for having me here at the panel, and I was lucky to sit here at the end and enjoy learning from your conversations. Well, the question is very important, and I'd like to take some more time to answer it. Yeah, well, the situation in Afghanistan is now really, really bad, that I cannot even find a word to express the measure. But also, the worst thing is that it's drifting away, and it's just it's shrinking away from the attention of the international community and the world, especially given the current situations and the current conflicts and wars going on around the world. But of course, I would also like to mention that since Taliban took power in August 2021, they started the first thing that they did was, removing women from the society, banning them from education, from work, from sports, from everything that they could do during the democratic government. Also, the other thing that they started doing was cracking down the newspapers, the local newspapers, the TV, and media. So according to reports, now 40% of the media that was active during the previous government are now deactivated and cannot work under the Taliban's regime. So therefore, it leads to a misinformation and also a disinformation outside Afghanistan and around the world. The other thing is that there's been a lot of journalists who try to report about Afghanistan and to cover the news about Afghanistan, but also there are two reasons that some of them cannot have the access that they need to have to get out the report and share it with the world. And then the local news channels or news resources cannot also say anything, because the moment that they express their ideas, or the moment that they say something about it, about anything in Afghanistan, then they're going to be arrested in the next days and persecuted. Or even we've had cases that journalists have been killed for reporting. Also on social media, people are really now restricted and banned from speaking up on social media, because that's also not a safe way. But also, there are many people trying to still say as much as they can, even some are risking their lives. But what is really incredibly like impossible to understand for me is that why is there like lack of interest among the journalists outside Afghanistan? It can be anywhere. To report about Afghanistan and then to write about at least the freedom of speech, the lack of freedom of speech that's currently existing in Afghanistan. If I were a journalist, I would just write about it as much as I could, because it's very important to fight for your own career and for something that you are active in. So that's it.
Thank you. And if you would like to also share about your, if you have information about things happening in Panjshir, Andhra, because there are like reports, things happening there are not reported well, and those are the areas that controlled toughly by the Taliban. And if you would like to share the current situation there and civilians who are living there, and also the north of Afghanistan, and this situation living off the religious minorities.
Well, I'd also like to say something, pointing to you that you said there's no war officially in Afghanistan now, but I would like to say that there is unfortunately a very severe war going on in Afghanistan, which is not so much on the reports, on the news, and it is the war against two ethnic groups mainly, the Hazara ethnic group and the Tajik ethnic group. So yes, they are being persecuted, and not only that, but there are also explosions in the hospitals, in wedding halls, in schools, mainly in schools that the Hazara ethnic group are going there. So as an example, at the end of September, there was a big explosion in one of the schools that belonged to Hazara ethnic group, and 53 people, including like most of them were girls, they were killed. And that was one of the only schools active in Afghanistan currently that had a lot of girls in it. So yes, and also in Panjshir, that like they have this resistance front. There's also a war and genocide going on against this community, this ethnic group, but it's hardly found on the news, especially outside Afghanistan. As an example, I would like to mention one of our movements that we started on Twitter after the last explosion that happened in this school in Afghanistan, in Kabul. So we started a movement on Twitter with the hashtag Stop Hazara Genocide. In a week, there was reports that we had sent 8 million tweets with this hashtag, and then later, just yesterday, it crossed 12 million tweets with this hashtag. And also on 9th of October, there was a worldwide protest around the world in more than 90 cities in the world for this cause. But then, in the middle of our movement, the Taliban started another hashtag. They started trying to trend this new hashtag, which is United Afghanistan. It's a very beautiful idea. I know it's a very beautiful idea, but it doesn't make any sense given the current situation. When there is no right for women, when there is no right for, no humanitarian or human rights, or like when there is genocide, very clear genocide against two main ethnic groups in Afghanistan, and then it's also being denied. And we are trying to make it recognized by the world and also in Afghanistan. But this regime is trying to deny it and also trying to undermine it by starting their own hashtag, which is beautiful but doesn't make sense. United Afghanistan. So these things really need to be on the news and need to be written about more often. Also, one of the other things that is rarely seen on the news is the protest of women every day. So there are hundreds of women taking on the streets every day and trying to fight against the regime in Afghanistan. And every time they are answered with guns, with firings, and sometimes they are even killed, and sometimes they are tortured and persecuted. But it's not being, unfortunately, it's not being on the news as much as the protests in Iran or in other places in the world are being. So with saying this, I don't have any bad intentions to say that the news from Iran or from Ukraine or anywhere else should not be on the news. But also I support all the protests that are happening in Iran, and I've been in many of them in Berlin. But I just want to emphasize on the fact that all of these situations and all of these reports should be on the news equally.
Thank you, Atfa. And we have short time, and I would like to have all the panelists' opinion on what can we do as an individual person or as a part of a team, maybe as a public departments worker or private NGOs organizations. What can we do regarding the disinformation and misinformation in the places we are? Gabriel?
I think, yeah, seek out good information, seek out factual information and share it with people. I think that's probably the main thing that everyone can do, and to spread, good factual information. But yeah, that's what I encourage people to do, that to talk to each other about good factual information.
I would also say not to be lazy and complacent about how we look at the world and how we look at each other. And I know it's a big ask because we're all living very fast lives. We all consume tons of information every single day. We are focused on ourselves, and that's very natural for a human being. But coming from a place which is at war, and I feel very much what you're saying from your respective backgrounds, that I suppose there is indeed no other way rather than to make an effort, rather than to be open to something new, to the other, to proactively learn, to challenge oneself, and to be able to twist, change and twist and be flexible about our own opinions. And that's the only way, I think, to get close to each other, to sympathize ultimately with each other, and to find the common experiences that we are having all over the world, because ultimately we are having very similar experiences coming from places of conflict or coming from places that experience hard times. So it's indeed hard work, but we must do it as individuals, as institutions.
Thank you, Josephine.
Well, of course, read The New Humanitarian at thenewhumanitarian.org. But really to promote media literacy, I think, both in your work among communities that you can reach out to, look at information and really analyze it for its intent. Who is telling this story? Where does this come from? Why is it being fed out as it is? And as journalists, I think too, we need to think a lot about the language we use. For instance, even terms that might be said unthinkingly, using the term rebels and government fighters. Well, maybe we use militia. Maybe we say the name of the rebel group instead of the term rebels. With Ukraine, we've recently been talking about the word liberation. Not that it's not true that territories that Russia had occupied and that Ukraine now controls are liberated, but is liberation in itself more a word of propaganda emotion rather than a more neutral word? So just really to look hard at at what seem to be small details, but are in fact very powerful.
Thank you. Per?
Well, you pretty much took what I was going to say anyway. Just a little thought about that. I wrote my master's thesis studying the usage of the word refugee in German media in 1989. and how you, by studying the use of a word, can actually go back and look at the political, the social, and the societal developments and thoughts in a country at a certain time. So using the right words is very important, using the terms. Otherwise, I would just say, underline that, critical thinking. When you read news, try and think, is this credible? Who is benefiting from the news? Does it look too positive to be true? Then it's possibly is too positive, and this is biased because it reinforces or confirms a thought or a feeling you already had. So try and bear that in mind, that all positive news are not necessarily true either. Who benefits from what you just read?
Thank you, interesting. Atife?
I would say that we first need to start living with the idea that we all come from one world and stop thinking, stop making it Europe and Afghanistan and West and East. Also, I would also like to suggest that people reading about the news, about the facts, or about the news or things that are going on in different places, they think about it and they see what news are fact, what are true, and what things are not true. And like you also said, that don't believe what you only see, or maybe critical thinking and analyzing the news and understanding what it has or what is the agenda behind it. So I think that would be helpful.
Thank you. And it's we have short time, but we can have the VC have question from the audience in the room. If anyone wants to share something.
We've solved it all.
Okay, thank you so much for all of you for sharing your insights. Please.
Wanted to say thank you as well, because this was just such an incredible round of people with your wisdoms and your insights. So thank you very much, Naila, for hosting this panel, and thank you. Dear online, yes, exactly. So then it's just for me to just say that we are taking a lunch break now. And for everyone watching us online and for you here in the room, we'll be back at 1:30. So we have a 50-minute break now, and are looking forward to having you all back. Thank you very much. I'm very excited. I hope you had a good lunch break. Now we have our first film pitch of today. And because our topic today is open society, we thought we'll ask a project here that is working very much of bridging between different societies, between different groups, and how as a society we can come together and learn from each other. So very warm welcome to Gianna and Matteo from Only Human Project.
What does it mean to be human? Only human. Since 2015, we have been working with refugees and locals who come together in integrative art projects where they're given the opportunity to be free and independent of everything society imposes on them and all of us.
In the current situation, this is more necessary than ever before. In mid-2022, more than 100 million people were fleeing worldwide, more than ever before. They are escaping war, violence, and persecution, mostly within their own countries. Through a learning and healing process, our art projects give these people the opportunity to develop themselves by transforming their often very traumatic experiences into personal growth, strength, and purpose. This gives courage to like-minded people to open up as well.
Only through their voices can we become active and take a stand against racism, violence, and abuse. Our project, Only Human, shines a light onto these people. It gives a voice to those who would otherwise never be seen or heard. By giving them the opportunity to sing, to dance, to act, we connect regardless of language, culture, skin color, religion. Through the creative process, we engage on par with each other and develop an understanding for each other and work together for a more diverse and inclusive society.
I'm Samira, and I'm human.
Zamanum monirde zeo insanium.
Menschsein bedeutet für mich Liebe,
Freundschaft,
Equality,
Vertrauen,
Mitgefühl.
I moved to Germany because of our religion, and we were searching for a place that the woman has safety and freedom.
Es macht mich super wütend, wenn ich manche Geschichten höre. Was meine Freunde da erlebt haben, das soll niemand erleben.
In einem Projekt, in dem es nur um die Kunst geht, gibt es einen geschaffenen Raum, in dem man frei sein kann.
Only Human. Thank you. Only Human was born out of a long-term collaboration with Music for Everybody. Music for Everybody is a non-profit association with the vision of offering free cultural education by using music theater projects to connect people and break down prejudices. I'm Katerina Giannakopoulou, multidisciplinary artist, writer, director. In the last decade, I focused on realizing just projects, films and performances around social relevant issues. And since 2014, I've been working with Music for Everybody and was involved in more than 100 integrative music theater projects. And that's how I know and I really believe in the importance and power to give young people the opportunity to be seen and heard. I know that telling their own stories is a risk for many of our participants and that returning to their home countries can mean an imprisonment or mortal danger. And this is why Only Human is not just an art music project. We help with asylum applications, reports of violence or rape, and with job placement. And so are also an important support in the daily lives of our participants and those like them.
Since 2018, we have been using the medium of film to make the development and effects of our projects visible. I'm Matteo Santonione, co-founder of the film production company Cinemas from Cologne, and our slogan stands for our mission, Filming for Change. With our work, we aim to shape and influence society in a positive way. In a joint cooperation, we have therefore launched the project Only Human, which is accompanied by a 3-part documentary series with 1 short film per year. The films are meant to start conversations, to encourage and inform, and to lay the perfect basis for our workshops or discussions.
Linked to the campaign, we want to protect refugees from abuse, from violence, and give them a voice, highlight their stories, and face racism. For this purpose, Part 1 offers a protective, creative space for the sensitive stories of refugees. It shows how necessary art and cultural projects are for a peaceful coexistence and how present discrimination is in our everyday life.
The artistic process in a protected space enables the participants to become active themselves. This is Part 2, concrete experiences with racism, abuse, violence, depression, bullying. We clarify, we demonstrate, and cooperate with international partners who stand up for the same.
Our participants' stories cause a chain reaction. Their shared experiences in Only Human give new participants the courage and a space to join us. In Part 3, we connect with arrival centers for refugees and work out an approach with trauma therapists, social workers, psychologists, and yes, to start at the very beginning and change integrative structures.
With Only Human, we overcome borders and trauma and show how to build an integrated family. With the project, we invite people to a deeper understanding of humanity and to rethink societal structures. The documentary series brings additional visibility to these issues and has already received international recognition. To strengthen the campaign, to find more participants and team members and increase funding, we are now looking for like-minded partners, NGOs, charities, foundations, or supporters.
We think big and we have the courage to change, and we are convinced of the values which come with a diverse society.
You have to dig very deep to really change structures and make them visible. Change also means confrontation and to bear shame, anger, and grief.
The new generation in Iran shows us how essential this is, and we stand by their side for freedom, for justice, for equality, for being human, only human.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you both so very, very much. I know pitching is always a bit nerve-wracking, but I think you did amazingly well, so thank you very much. Please sit down because we would love to have a bit of a talk with you before we invite others to join in. I mean, what a dedication to this project. You are doing it already since how long?
For 8 years now.
8 years. Wow, chapeau. So what's the status of your project? Where are you at right now?
Yeah, maybe I can jump in on the production. So production-wise, the first part is finished, and we had a international festival tour with it. And the second part is already finished. We are between color grading and sound design. Yeah, it's a lot of effort we put into it. And yeah, maybe you can say something to the campaign.
Yes, we have a new cooperation partner, which is the Philharmonic. So we are preparing our performance for next year, which is going to be also in October. And working right now with a new group of refugees from the Ukraine and trying to integrate them in our project, together with some new social workers, volunteers, yes, trying to highlight also their stories, which is, yeah, it's very difficult right now with them also. And yeah, but we're also cooperating with musicians, artists who are saying for the same. So preparing this interdisciplinary performance for next year, which is going to be, I think, the 12th of October in the Philharmonic.
Right, because you've already been in the Cologne Philharmonic.
Yes, we've already been there once, but we had just a performance of 15 minutes. So this is going to be 2 hours piece, yeah, 1.5 to 2 hours. So it's going to be just for us.
Right.
Yeah.
And so the documentaries that you are making are intended to be shown where exactly? What would you love them to do?
I think we have many possibilities
Yes.
for this. Yeah, I think we can start with normal screenings and have a panel discussion after it. We would love to go to schools and really talk about the system we are in, about the educational system, because it becomes more and more difficult because we have so many different people coming together in one school class from many different backgrounds, and they have to learn the same thing. And I think we have to rethink it, if it's right, or if they are in if all they have a good start in this combination, maybe. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I really love the idea that through dance and through music you actually come together as only humans, and that is just something very, where we come together on eye level and everyone is the same. I really applaud you for that. I was wondering if there are any questions from the audience. Would you like to chip in? Do you have ideas what you can do, how you can help? Because right now you are in Cologne mostly with your project, and of course it should travel.
We are also in Düsseldorf and Frechen, but it's not Rhine-Westphalia. Yes.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yes, there's an idea.
Could you maybe say what exactly? Can you hear me? Maybe just what exactly you are looking for, like funding or NGOs or cooperation partners, music teachers. Sorry, I came in late, so I didn't get everything. But my mother founded and plays violin at Concerto Cologne. I don't know, and is very interested in these kind of things. I don't know if that's something that can help you or something that you're interested in. So maybe you just elaborate on what exactly you're looking for.
What's the name?
Help you.
What's the name you talked about?
Concerto Köln. The orchestra that is also big.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, wow.
And my parents are both also really interested in these kind of projects.
Yeah.
So,
that sounds like you should have a conversation with each other.
Yes, definitely.
I mean, I don't know what exactly, if you're looking for.
Yeah, you'll find
money,
out.
I don't think they have.
Amazing. Okay,
well,
great.
We are looking for everything because this project has so much potential. We have in the one side, the art project where they can dance, where we can connect with artists, with musicians, because we think that art and music is such a powerful force of unification, right? But then on the other side, we need NGOs who are helping us with the campaign. We're helping us to start at the very beginning. We're helping us, to create a concept, in the arrival centers, because those people are struggling so much, and those stories, because we're doing it now for 8 years, and we said one day we really have to highlight their stories. They really have to talk about how they got raped, about those abuses. They are there on a daily basis here in Germany, not just in their countries or coming here. So this is why we're doing it. So we need definitely support for this campaign to also giving them more protection, and because it's for us, it's a very strong responsibility. You know, it's the first time that they're telling their stories outside from our safe community. So we need help there, definitely. And then integrate them in our beautiful projects, yeah, but the work to get there has to be done first. The trust to put those people on stage, that has to be done. And yeah, we're doing it for so many years, so.
And also to keep them in the project, it's also not easy because it's very vulnerable to talk about the stories, and we have to keep that in mind and also keep them in the project.
And it's very difficult. It's more difficult than 2015 or 2016. We really struggle to hold them. And that's why, you know, we said that we are helping also with the applications, and it's a lot of work. So we need social workers, volunteers, and people who are really, can support us there.
Yes.
Are you already being funded by something like Kultur macht stark? Do you know about them?
Currently, we are funded by the Ministry of Migration. This is a small part, though this is really, at the moment, a low budget project. We invest all our passion and free time in it, and but yeah, I heard it. But
to them.
So I have worked this year also with refugee kids. It's for youth. It's a program only that funds youth, but I worked also with refugee kids, and I experienced the same problems as you. Absolutely,
yeah.
I feel very frustrated at times. But you can get quite a lot of money from them. So I don't know.
I think they are already working with Music for Everybody, because I heard about it, but not at this particular project.
Yeah.
But we definitely should have a talk later.
Yeah.
That is a good match. Yes, Tanina.
Thank you. Firstly, congratulations. I mean, this work looks absolutely amazing. I would love to see it. And I just love the title of Only Human, and the use of particularly dance and the arts, because that's one unifier of everyone we can identify with, you know. I'm just curious regarding the films themselves. Maybe I missed this. What are the durations of the films, and what type of content do you have in the films, or is it just one film?
You want to comment? Or?
We have 3 parts, and we actually wanted to do a feature, but then we said we're going to do 3 short films.
25 minutes.
25 minutes, so 1 film per year, just to have the time to create the impact campaign around our film. This is the focus. And also to be able to show the progress of our participants, and to be able also to show what we achieved in those years as an integrated family. So this is the goal.
But one more,
yeah.
This is just the start. So after the 3 parts, we are really open for next parts or for a feature, or we have to look at every new year what challenges there are. For example, now we have the Ukraine. This was not clear at the beginning of the project. We have maybe refugees coming from climate crisis. I don't know. There's so many different possibilities to include people into this project, and this is also a challenge, of course. Yeah.
I've also a group of Romas, and I'm working with Romas for over 20 years now. So this is another topic, another challenge, and this is maybe also is going to be like 3 parts, because there's so much to tell. And yes, we want to keep going with that format.
Thank you very, very much. Please also talk to Zanele because she's has a lot of experience in producing and also broadcasting. Well, coming from South Africa, but I think has probably maybe some great tips for you. Thank you. All right, with
Thank
this,
you so much.
Thank you. Warm applause.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
With that, we move on to our second pitch, which is called Up in the Air. Okay, so very warm welcome to Olga and to Oksana from Up in the Air, which is a Ukrainian project about circus kids. And with that, I will hand over to you.
Hello. Hello. My name is Oksana Sigureva. I'm director and producer of the project Up in the Air. Here with me, Olga Khavzhu, scriptwriter. We are very happy to be here today and to represent Ukraine with our project. So several years ago, I met a children's circus studio in old circus building in my hometown, Kharkiv. I was surprised and impressed with children because every child in the studio wanted to be famous circus artist, and they spent all their time after school and energy for it. But several years ago, our corrupt officials kicked them out of this building, and maybe officials had their own goal for this piece of land in the center city. But for every child, this building like the second home, and without this building, they can't go to their dream. That's why head of the studio, Svetlana, children and parents started to fight for their rights to train in this building. But they couldn't do anything with it situation, and that's why I started to shoot film about talented circus artists and the situation, and I want to attract attention to this problem in our country. And I believe that we can make officials give back this building to children. And it was my first plan in 2020, but in 2022 everything changed, and because of Russian aggression.
Yes, because you know what started. So now we want to introduce you to our three main protagonists, and for that we created a small teaser. Please, let's watch it.
Тридцать 37, 38, 39, 40.
Переживаешь? В этот раз первый раз сам ездишь, да? Едешь на фестиваль.
Это не потому, что ты потерялся. Аня тоже потерялась. Но ты же в номере вообще ничего не сделал. Тебе сколько лет уже? 8. 8? 9. Ты уже взрослый. Так, быстро меня все слушают.
К манежу не садимся спиной. Это тарелка, из которой кушают, так сказать, цирковые артисты.
Thank you very much. Now we want to tell you some more words about our main protagonists. So the first one, that beautiful boy that you saw, is Sasha. He's 10 years old, and he came to circus studio when he was only 5. And then already he understood that he wants to be a circus artist. He was spending about 4 hours a day for practicing this aerial acrobatics. And he's performing already. His performances are really life-threatening and require special safety conditions. When Russian invasion started, we were nervous about Sasha and his family very much, because actually they live in a small village near Kharkiv. Kharkiv is a city in Ukraine, which is very close to the Russian border, about 40 kilometers. So this region was being bombed heavily that time. And Sasha, with his family, they just couldn't flee out of there for 1 month and a half. Thanks God, with great difficulty, they managed to escape to Prague, so they're safe now. You saw our next personage. She's Svetlana. She is 53 years old, and she is queen, of this small society, because she is main coach, and main choreographer. But she is like old-fashioned coach, very strict, very bossy, very possessive. Sometimes she yells at children, but anyway, they love her because they know that she is giving all her life to them. When the war started, she, like real hero, managed to evacuate 25 of her circus children and some of their parents to a safety place in Budapest. They live now in the home of elderly people, together with them, and continue training. For those children who stayed without parents now, Svetlana is like second mom. She washes for them, she cooks for them, she helps them to do their homework, and like real shoulder for them. Great support. And our third beautiful personage is Zhenya. Zhenya is Svetlana's son, and he came to the circus studio at the age of 3 years old. Now he's 23, and you can imagine how experienced aerial acrobat he is. Before the war, he was performing and helping his mom to train the children. And if compared with her, she's very caring, attentive, and kind, so he has quite opposite methods. And his dream is to create his own studio, but his strict mom never let him go, until now, at least. So, when the war started, Zhenya stayed in Ukraine, in Kharkiv, to work as a volunteer and to help old and abandoned people, to give food for them, water, medicine, and so on. But not only for this. There are still some circus children from the studio staying in Kharkiv. Actually, we don't know why. It's quite dangerous. But that was the decision of their parents to stay. And Zhenya collected all these small children and now conducting aerial acrobatic training for them. We still have cameraman there in Kharkiv, very brave man, I should say. And he's filming these trainings, Zhenya and children, when they're safe. For now, I can say that the problems that our protagonists are facing now, they are much more severe and breaking than they were before. Because before they were deprived of their circus home, but now they are deprived of their own home, their normal life, and even their basic safety. For we can say now that the mission of our project is to say that when aggression and war organized by old people who want to return their old life and old values starts, that means that it cancels all the human rights altogether. So when it is war, there are no human rights at all. And that is why there's no place for war in contemporary world. The perfect final of our film, we're imagining like that the war is over, all the Russian troops are back in Russia, maybe doing something bad there, we don't mind. And all our personages are back in our home city, Kharkiv, strong, healthy, and ready to fulfill their dreams again. And we believe that this day will surely come. Here in this festival, we are looking for partners who can, contribute to help our people, to help our children, our circus children we were filming, and of course to start the discussion about children's rights in Ukraine during the war, because now it's the way, our way to fight with our enemy, who really betrayed all the values of civilized world. So thank you very much. I believe that one day we will show you a beautiful film. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, both. That is, of course, super moving, what you're doing. And I know that this is a struggle to do the film at the same time and being displaced yourself. And we recognize that and applaud you for your courage that you still continue. So just let me ask you, so you are in the middle of the editing right now, right? No, you're not.
In production too.
In production stage.
Okay, still producing. So when you say that you would like to strengthen children's rights in Ukraine, what do you mean by that? How can we maybe look for help in Germany?
For now, we understand that we can raise this topic, because terrible things are happening now. And maybe more than 1,000 children in Ukraine suffered because of aggression. Some of them are dead, some of them are injured. And, our desire, our wish is to stop this. We don't know how to make it physically, but at least we can do it, mentally, educationally, and talking about that.
Okay. Oksana, would you like to say something? Maybe not. All right. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to say something? Give them a hand, has an idea, like to support. I'm sure there is time in the break. There's a question. Hold on, wait for a mic. Is there a mic still? We can't hear you on the live stream.
Hello. Okay. Hi. Yeah. So to ask the question again, so you were saying that one of the protagonists took a group of children from the circus to Budapest. Are they still there?
Yes, they are.
Okay. So maybe one thing I could offer to potentially help you is that I'm from Hungary, and I have quite a few friends and contacts from the Hungarian media, from the better side of it, I promise. And maybe I could contact them and see if we could give you some kind of, if they could give you some attention, I guess, or potentially.
Yeah, this will be very valuable.
Because maybe then they can also provide you potentially with a bit of funding, or I think it would just be good to have more attention, because it's a beautiful project, really.
Thank you very much. Of course, we continue looking for contribution to the production. So maybe.
And maybe a co-producer from Hungary too.
Yeah.
All right.
It will be
perfect.
Very useful for us.
Have a coffee together in the break, I would say. All right. Dear people, thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
Very warm welcome, applause to you both. And let's continue the conversation in the break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Olga and Oksana again. We continue with our third pitch, Stay Alive, My Son, with Victoria, and we're just going to quickly hook up the computer with the screen here before we continue. And I hope that's... No, it's going to show there. Mm-hmm. How's it looking? You need a minute. Okay. With live stream, we can never hold the time. That's the thing, you know? I don't know. We can dance a little bit.
We'll do a Greek dance.
Oh my gosh. You teach me? Yeah, okay, how do we do that? Okay. You see, I'm okay.
Human rights unity via dance.
Thank you, Victoria. All right. I hope that dance was actually the cue for the technical stuff. Otherwise, if we're not good, I mean, no? Yeah? Then we need to, you know what, why don't we just, is it possible to just start your pitch, Victoria, and then we try and find out the slides?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
You guys see this? Yeah. Should we just get this one? Oh, yeah. A little bit over here. That's better. Thank you.
Okay, with this, I hand over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Victoria Boussis. I am the writer, director, and producer of the immersive interactive experience Stay Alive, My Son, which was recently an official selection at the Venice Film Festival, today in Berlin, and hopefully will continue onwards globally at various film festivals to bring about this important message about family reunification. This project is based on a book by Pinya Thai that I found over 9 years ago in Cambodia. It tells the story in such a vivid and versatile way about his family's flight during the Cambodian genocide. During the genocide, he suffered the death of 19 of his family members. But what was even more gut-wrenching was the fact that he had to make a decision that no parent has to make, to abandon his 6-year-old son behind in order for him to have a better chance to live. I remember reading this and landing in New York and being completely torn away by the mere idea of thinking of how can a parent make such a decision. Not long afterwards, the Syrian refugee crisis happened, and now obviously the Ukraine crisis. The story seems to be something that's repeated over and over again, and I kept asking myself, why? So I went to France and I met with Thai. He was 80 years old and was looking at me for someone to share his story. And I said, Thai, I'd like to make your story into a virtual reality experience. And I said, actually, at the end of the experience, I'd like to show this photo. This photo is, we took the aging characteristics of both him and his wife, and we aged his son Nawath from the age of 6, when he last saw him, to the age of 18, to the age of 52, the age he would be today. I don't know if you can see that, but I'll show it to you later. And I remember when he looked at that photo, I was so excited because I was thinking, oh my God, maybe we can find the boy with the experience going globally. And at that time, he just stopped. And I was wondering what happened. And he said to me, Victoria, in my mind, in my heart, my son is a 6-year-old boy. And then I realized at that very fine moment that the story was beyond this book that I found in Cambodia, but it was a lot deeper, a lot richer. It was more about the years that were lost in between, the 45 years of this man every single night, wondering, did he do the right thing? Wondering, is his son happy? Wondering, is he still alive? And the last words touched me even more pronouncedly after I read the book again. He said, my country's tragedy will always remain an open wound for me. I will agonize over the decision I made. If I had insisted my wife remained, she would not have been lost in the jungle. She perhaps would have survived with Nawath. Was this my punishment for leaving them? There's an enduring pain, the loss of Nawath. I feel sure he is still alive. I pray that Nawath will one day read my testimony, know the truth about my survival and my country's bloodshed, and that we can find each other again. So I decided not to make a film and not to make a documentary. I chose instead to lean towards science and this new technology called virtual reality so that people can step inside the shoes of Yatai, can become him, can walk through his home, and live one night in this man's story. One night where he's wondering, possibly having regret, guilt over the decision he's made. And this mental kind of warfare, this mental prison that he puts himself, I'm sure, day in and day out, so that we can actually walk inside this mental prison, actually experience what it means to have all those memories circling our minds, can actually be part of those memories, relive those experiences. And the idea is that when we experience something in this immersive way, neurologically, it deepens that dialogue. Physiologically, we feel the emotions that he may have felt in a more profound way. And the hypothesis there is that when we remove the headset, what happens? We have an urge to act, which is not just empathy, my dear friends, it's empathy in action, true compassion. And this is why being here at the Human Rights Fest is so important, because it's about a bunch of people in this room and beyond that believe in these impact statements of linking entertainment and storytelling with action. So, you can't see this, but okay, there we go. So, with my entire cast and my entire team at Yumi, excuse me? I could do that too, sure. You can see these little cute people. But with my entire cast and my entire team at Yumi, I would like to show you a small sneak preview of the trailer of Stay Alive, My Son.
Decades ago, Cambodia suffered one of the worst atrocities of the 20th century. What's less well known is how families here were deliberately and systematically separated, and they are still paying the price today.
Hello, Kai. I'm so sorry for showing you the picture of your son.
I am Yatai Ben. Welcome to my home. I know this story too well. Take this to protect you on our journey. My thoughts and memories, now yours to live.
We digitally aged your son Nawaf from 6 years old when you last saw him to 18 to 50 years old, the age he would be today. Tai, is it strange to see Nawaf a man?
No. That's not my son. My son is a 6-year-old boy. Is this my punishment for leaving him? Yes. During the Vietnam War, Cambodian boys were radicalized into soldiers and became monsters.
State your name, profession, crime.
Yatai Bin, civil engineer, living.
You lived by leaving him.
I searched and searched in refugee camps and the Red Cross, all to no avail. Not knowing became my prison. I still think of him, his life, where he would be. I've imagined conversation. If I found him, I would tell him our story. If he looked into my eyes, he would know I abandoned him because I loved him.
Blow it, Puppet, blow it! Sprinkle hope for those who love most, and we soar!
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. The idea behind Stay Alive, My Son is this idea of ambiguous loss, with the idea that if we relive one night of this man's life, then we can actually know what it feels like for the countless families out there today who are recognized families with similar stories that know where their children are, but unable to reunite with them due to legal hurdles. And my idea and my hope for the vision for the future is so that we can create family reunification with a process that is effective and more efficient, that we start on a local, national level, speaking with various consulates who want to be part of this messaging, and then continue globally. I don't believe any parent should be suffering in this way, wondering where their child is at. I also believe that with the same idea, we are trying to initiate this idea of compassionate policymaking. We're looking for various partners from various NGOs, organizations, academic institutions, and museums in order to not only have people go inside the headset to experience this, but also to open up the discourse. I believe everyone in this room and beyond can be like that paper airplane, giving a message of hope to these families. Every action, whether it's on social media that opens up a dialogue or even showcases current cases, is a possibility to not only bring Nawath home to his father finally, but also to bring similar Nawaths that are missing from other parents home as well. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, Victoria. Please have a seat. Sorry, our screen somehow decided not to work in the end.
Okay.
Had a little flicker of life in it. Wow, what a project you are doing. It's downstairs, by the way. You can have a look at it in our exhibition space, which means that your VR experience part is ready and done.
Almost.
Almost. Finishing touches.
Yes.
When we talked in advance, you also said you were thinking of making a story that you're filming from the engine.
Right.
So that it becomes accessible not only with those goggles on, but also can be watched by a few more. Tell me about it.
So I work exclusively inside the Unreal game engine. And the beauty of the game engine, it is also affords you to put virtual cameras inside the game engine itself. So everything you saw here in this high fidelity is going to be transferred into Unreal 5, which is an even higher performing game engine. And the idea is for us to shoot it from the perspective of not only seeing it through his eyes, which is who we are in this first person point of view, but also to capture the virtual human of Ty to actually be reacting to the memories as he's watching them, with the idea that it'll be on the big screen so that more people can have access to the story and the reach can be even more significant.
Right, because when you said that you would love that laws can somehow be influenced by this, that, you know, you can find people easier, that you can just reconnect families. What were you thinking there? What's the strategy?
The strategy. I think, you know, because of social media and because of the power of people who have a voice now, I think it's about time that we actually challenge those that are governing us, those that are in those positions of power and of influence that can actually impact change. For example, a lot of these cases, and I have 33 cases right now, on my desk from Greece alone of recognized families who know where their children are. Unfortunately, a lot of these families don't have travel documents for obvious reasons, right? They're in war zones, they don't have them, they're handwritten. And so they're stuck in these perpetual legal cycles that prevent them to be with their families. One man specifically has been trying to go through the legal process now for 11 years. This kind of stuff should not be happening in today's day and age. So I feel that if enough people see this, enough people start Instagramming, start showing these real faces of today even, not just Ty and Awad, I think we can compel action and we can compel these people to actually make things happen and make them work. Because there is no reason for something like that when the family members are actually known and found.
So I guess then, so the international community needs to be working better together, because it's not only involving one country, but maybe 2 or 3, right? So I think that's probably the problem, that, you know, the legislation is always in one country, but somehow it doesn't really account to how does it translate to another country where this other family member is on and in. And probably in the future, this is going to be our future, because
It is, yeah.
we know through scientists and so on that people will be on the move even more so in the future, near future. Right. Climate crisis and so on, more crises also on the ground with wars and so on. So there will be more people on the ground, so we better fix this situation now.
I agree, and I think it's, you know, and I'm not trying to oversimplify, because there's millions of people who are doing really amazing work, from the International Red Cross to Save the Children. I mean, these people are magnificent. But when a family comes to a country, that's the host country. That's the consulate that is asking them for travel documents. So if we can start by country in solving some of these issues, then I think then we can start thinking about the parallel elements between countries and start impacting change. I think it's easier to take something a chunk at a time versus trying to fix the entire beast, because that could be overwhelming and daunting. But every family that comes together, I think, is significant and brings hope to that the process is then working.
Exactly. Thank you. I was just wondering if someone in the audience has a comment, an idea for Victoria and her beautiful project. If not, then the next panel is actually going to be about storytelling in the time of crises. Great. And maybe in the break you can talk to some of these incredible panelists. Sure. That are coming up, because maybe they have ideas for you how to help. So thank you very much, Victoria.
Thank you very much, and please see the project. It's downstairs. I would love to get your thoughts and to see how this new medium of storytelling impacts you. Thank you again.
Thank you. And with that, I would like to ask Alexander to come on the stage, who is the host of our next panel discussion. Hi.
Hello, everyone. I'm Alex Sengelab from the Bonn Institute. It's a new organization founded 1 year ago to bring constructive journalism to the newsrooms in Germany, basically. And I want to tell you something about constructive journalism. What is this? Who heard about the term constructive journalism before? At least one person. Okay, what is constructive journalism? We live in times of crisis. This is what this panel will be about later, to talk about how to deal with these several crises at the same time. We have the climate crisis, we have the war in Ukraine, we have the energy crisis right now, we have still Corona, we are still in the pandemic. And what we can see in more and more research studies is that people avoiding news more and more. Maybe you heard of the term of news avoidance, that people feel overwhelmed by the amount of crises at the same time, and then they decide, I'm not able to consume any more news. But this is also a problem for democracies in the end, because we have to be informed as citizens to understand what's going on in the world. And the latest research I've seen from the Digital News Report about news avoidance is that the news avoidance was rising up in the last months after the war in Ukraine started. Even in Poland, a country that is really close to Ukraine, it's a neighbor state, 50% of the people are avoiding news at these days because they say, I can't take it anymore. And constructive journalism could be an approach to it to solve this problem, to let people not in front of the television totally overwhelmed and sad and anxious about the world, to help them, to give them perspectives. And I want to give you some examples of constructive journalisms that I really like from the Scandinavian countries, basically, to give you an idea what constructive journalism is in the end. So there's a show in Denmark, it's called Solved or Squeezed. It's a show where 4 politicians are invited to solve a problem. And they are in a room that is basically maybe 20 square meters, and it looks like a workshop room. You have a flip chart on the wall, and then the show hosts giving them a problem. Not a problem like solve climate change or solve the war in Ukraine, something more concrete to tackle, because it was a TV show for a regional election in Denmark on the island Fyn. And solve or squeezed, you think like, oh, what is the squeezed part in this? It's these 4 politicians that never worked before together because they're coming from different parties. They have 20 minutes to solve a problem, and in this 20 minutes, the wall's coming closer. And they start in 20 square meters, and in the end, they are standing in 2 square meters, like this. But the effect is amazing, because they're starting to cooperate with each other. And they're full of adrenaline, and they have the feeling, oh my gosh, we want to solve this problem. And it's not going well anytime they are doing this, but in 8 of 10 cases of this show, they solved the problem. And some of these solutions were so good that the politicians implemented them in the parliament. Imagine that media is so good that they're finding solutions that are so good that the parliament is willing to take them. And this is, in a nutshell, the idea of constructive journalism. Constructive journalism has 3 pillars. The first pillar is called solution journalism. It's coming from the New York Times. There was a column called The Fixes from Tina Rosenberg. And in The Fixes, they tried not to give you a problem, they also put a solution together with the problem. Because maybe media is just doing half of the job if they're saying, here's a problem, and then the media is running away and leaving you alone and don't showing you that there are solutions out there. It's not that journalists have to come up with a solution, but they should find them. Maybe solutions coming from science, from politicians, from NGOs, from civic society. There are a lot of solutions out there, but you have to find them and cover them. That's the first pillar. The second pillar is multiple perspectives. If you ask people, for instance, we did it in a study about the coverage of the Ukraine war these days, we asked people how well is the coverage of the war for you? Is it good? Do you feel overwhelmed? What do you wish for? And people told us that they want more perspectives in news, to understand things better, to look from different angles on a problem. So this is the second pillar. It's about diversity in newsrooms, for instance. This is a part of perspectives. And if you have more diversity in newsroom, for instance, of course, you have more diversity in the coverage of things. If you have more people around that are looking from different angles on a problem. And the third pillar is called constructive dialogue. And it's about the dialogue from the newsrooms with the people, so with you as a reader, but also the dialogue in a news show. For instance, this example of Solved or Squeezed is very interesting because it doesn't need a host in this. The politicians are just standing there together, and journalism is offering a room to solve a problem. This is also a form of a constructive dialogue. And this is, in a nutshell, what constructive journalism is about, and I'm happy to invite the others to the panel and to discuss if it's a good idea to use it in several crises. Welcome to the panel.
Thank you so much. Doing very important work to combat disinformation in regards to this war. Please join us on stage as well. And I'm really looking forward to this discussion, and thank you, Stasia, so much for moderating. And just a mention, back there we have a colleague from the Ukraine Film Festival, Daria, who is kind enough to translate for us today. So you will hear Vladimir's answers first in Ukraine, and then they will be translated into English. Thank you so much for that as well, and for the support of the Ukraine Film Festival Berlin for curating this panel.
Thank you so much, Anna. I want to introduce our speakers today. First, we see Volodymyr Tichy. He's a famous Ukrainian director and co-founder of Babylon 13, the organization of Ukrainian documentaries. Then you have Sean Ryan. He's the Director of Media and Corporate Communication at Save the Children in London, and also he worked as the Chief Director in British News. And also you already met Alexander Zingerlau, and our last today's speaker is Helena Maxim. She's a Ukrainian filmmaker, and after the full-scale invasion has started, she worked as a volunteer, and now she's in the combatant. And I would firstly, before we start, ask our speakers, please introduce yourselves, say some words about what you're doing now, what's the focus of your work now.
Зараз я конкретно займаюся повнометражним фільмом, який присвячений одному дню. Це День Незалежності України. Ми всім об'єднанням в один день знімали в різних місцях, тобто загалом оператори, ну там ще і режисери працювали. І зараз з цього змонтували фільм, який триває годину 10 хвилин. І це події, які розгортаються від мирного Львова, ну, але які там так чи інакше отримує постійно удари ракетні, до передової десь на Донецьку, про який ми не конкретизуємо, тому що це місце бойових дій, там, тобто цю інформацію не можна подавати.
Vladimir is now working on a full feature film that is devoted to the Day of Independence of Ukraine. Their length is 1 hour, 10 minutes, and it was shot on different locations, starting from peaceful Lviv, well, kind of peaceful, and it still suffers from the Russian missile attacks, to the place in Donetsk. Vladimir cannot name the place where it was filmed due to the security reasons.
Sean, can you please tell us about what you're doing now with Save the Children?
Yes, so I have two heads. I have the head of a journalist, because I was foreign editor at the Sunday Times, one of the biggest British newspapers for a long time. And now I'm director of media at Save the Children. So I can look at storytelling from a journalist perspective and from a humanitarian's perspective. And what I'm doing right now is preparing for the launch of a new pledge for change in humanitarian communications, which is coming next week, where 5 of the biggest international non-governmental organizations have got together and decided to tell stories differently so that we're stopping reinforcing stereotypes and we're giving more voice to people in the global south, in the countries where we work.
Alexander, you already made an introduction, but probably you want, as a head of Future of Journalism, you want to add something?
Yeah, I'm also wearing 2 hats. The one organization is the Bonn Institute I told you about, and the other one is called Futur 1. It's a think tank based in Berlin, and it looks in a more general perspective about on public spheres and what makes our public spheres resilient. And resilience comes from news literacy, it comes from social media that is working for democracy, it comes from journalism, but also from politics and policy. And these are the 4 factors where I'm looking on.
Helena?
I could never imagine myself picking up a weapon, but I did. And firstly, I was trying to help people with evacuation of people from the most dangerous region, but then I felt that I wasn't doing enough. So now I'm an active member of National Guards of Ukraine, and I was in Lugansk, Donetsk, and Kharkiv region. I cannot find words to describe the kind of horror I see every day. I'm speaking about army and civilian life in the villages that we liberated. And I make a documentary film, but just as a way to cope with the reality that I barely can take with my own eyes.
And thank you, Helena. And I should say that tonight at 8:30, you can watch Helena's film. She's a co-director, Everything Will Not Be Fine, at Human Rights Film Festival. And our film festival, Ukrainian Film Festival Berlin, will show Volodymyr Tichy's latest movie, One Day in Ukraine. We are showing this film on our festival quite soon. It starts on the 26th of October, and the film will be shown on the 29th of October, so please join the screenings. And storytelling, actually the stories are being told for centuries now. Like, storytelling is the most interesting things in the world, but in a time of crisis, like fiction storytelling, what I see always, are more replaced with the real stories, with the documentary storytelling, and with journalism storytelling. And my first question probably to all of you about why this happens, why people in a time of crisis, they need more information, they want to consume more information, what kind of information?
So I think it's fair to say that when you get a crisis such as the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the audiences for TV news go up very sharply, and the sales of newspapers also increase. Unfortunately, what happens after a while is that people recoil from so much horror, and just as Alex was describing earlier, they become avoiders of news because they just can't stand anymore. So what editors have to do is maintain their audiences, and they try to engage their audiences in different ways. They try to make the stories as relevant as they can to the audiences. They try to find unusual stories, and they find really powerful, compelling human stories that everyone can relate to. So when people were starting to, perhaps I should say when the audience interest had peaked in Ukraine, one woman's story became very big news in the UK. And it was the woman, you may remember, who scrawled her contact details on the back of her child in indelible ink because she was worried that they might be separated. And she knew that if her daughter was found, that at least the people who found her daughter would be able to contact the mother. And that just really brought home to people who could identify with that situation the horror of fleeing and the danger of being separated from your loved ones. So that's just one small example of how editors try to maintain the interest. And humanitarians have to maintain interest as well. So I'm going to Somalia on Friday because a big famine is about to begin there. Children are already dying every day in Somalia in increasingly large numbers. But it's been very hard to interest the media in East Africa because we've been competing with Ukraine. And Ukraine is very accessible. The pictures are very dramatic. It's war closer to home. And Africa, it's a long way away. It's a slow onset disaster. And it doesn't have the same compulsion for news addicts as the Ukraine story. But on the BBC on Sunday night, the Africa correspondent just told one child's story, and it was the story of a 2-year-old child who was fighting for life in one of the clinics in a place called Baidoa, which is also where I'm going later in the week. The child tragically died, and the reporter followed the child's body to the village nearby and looked at the burial. And so the story of the child's fight for life, the parents' attempts to save the child, the death and the burial really summed up a lot of what is happening in Somalia at the moment. And it's those stories that are really powerful and that we as humanitarians and journalists use to try to maintain interest.
You worked as you said, as a New York Times, Sunday Times editor, and you worked with journalists in Syria, and in Save the Children, you also worked with your reports from Syria, as in Ukraine. Also, I know what's the difference between storytelling as a news and having reports to your donors and as an NGO.
Yeah, the purpose of a story for a media outlet and a story for a humanitarian organization is quite different. So the purpose for a journalist is to engage the audience, and journalists are judged by their success in engaging audiences, and it's measured every day by analytics which show how many readers read a story and for how long they read that story. And in the Daily Telegraph, one of the big newspapers in London, reporters in the newsroom are kept in a league table, which is dictated by how many of their stories commanded a lot of interest from readers. So that's the name of the game in journalism. Whereas for humanitarians, we're trying to tell stories that serve more of the constructive purpose that Alex was talking about earlier. And the purposes of our stories are really twofold. Advocacy and campaigns, on the one hand. We want to tell people what's happening so that they can lobby their politicians to do something about it. And also fundraising. So a story that is really compelling and moves people and is poignant can generate quite a lot of money, and that money is then used in a place like Somalia or Ukraine to do a lot of good. So different criteria, different impacts.
In Ukraine, as you know, we have war already for 8 years, and on the 21st of February, the full-scale Russian invasion has started, and in that day, lots of Ukrainian documenters started their shootings. I know that Babylon 13 also started doing it. So, Volodymyr, do you remember what did all the members of Babylon 13 started doing when it happened? Did you quickly had some plan what to shoot, or you just did as it was going?
В перший день вторгнення були всі розгублені, не дивлячись на те, що ми, в принципі, досить, скажімо так, тобто це не було неочікуваним, тобто те, що Росія почала повномасштабний наступ.
Well, in the first day, we were all in despair. We had no plan, even though it was not unexpected that Russia would attack.
Але для більшості суспільства це було б, вони не готові були до цього. Вони розгубилися, ця розгубленість на тебе теж впливає одночасно. Тобто ти хоча б здавалося б, ти розумієш, що воно врешті-решт. І певна частина, ми зібралися, звісно, велика кількість моїх колег, вони почали просто вивозити рідних, дітей кудись в більш небезпечні місця, там, намагаючись там, у Львів або на Закарпатті, тобто там, де очікували, що росіяни не будуть завдавати ударів по інфраструктурі.
But the majority of society was not ready. And this feeling of being not ready does influence you. So the big part of the team started with evacuation of their beloved ones, their family members. They tried to evacuate them to the western part of Ukraine, to Lviv region, to the Transcarpathia, the parts of Ukraine that were believed to be kind of safe from the Russian attacks.
Але велика кількість людей, вона уявила, що ніби це буде відбуватися як в зомбі-фільмі, наприклад. І вони поїхали там під Київ, там в Бучу, в Ірпінь, до своїх знайомих, або де в них були якісь загородні будинки. І вони попали просто в адський стан, коли це були частини захопили, і там просто відбувалося, всі знають, що відбувалося, наприклад, в Бучі.
But unfortunately, some part of Ukrainians imagined the full-scale invasion to be some kind of zombie apocalypse. So they moved to the country houses close to Kiev, to the towns like Bucha and Irpin. You probably know the names of these towns, and you know what happened there.
Вавилон 13 документалісти, які, як правило, знімають щось на рівні там, от, революції, війни, тобто з подій, які дуже є не те, що небезпечні, вони зазвичай, звичайна людина живе і ніколи з таким не стикається на власному досвіді. І ми маємо завжди розуміння таке дуже високе, що багато людей просто не мають сценаріїв, як їм діяти в тих чи інших обставинах. І те, що ми зараз намагаємося зробити, це ми намагаємося знімати фільми, невеличкі викладати на YouTube, про людей, як вони поводяться, як звичайна бабуся в Києві реагує, наприклад, на атаку дронів, які там несуть бомби в Київ.
Well, in our film collective, Babylon 13, we are filming events like revolutions, like wars, actually occurrences that regular, normal people never have to handle within their regular lives. And so if something like a full-scale invasion happens, so they have no draft, no plan how to deal with it. And what we are doing now with my colleagues from Babylon 13, we are making short movies about how ordinary people deal with the reality. For example, their old lady grandmother who faces a drone attack.
Звичайна новинна журналістика, як правило, не встигає навіть розказувати про найгарячіші події, які відбуваються одночасно в багатьох точках України. Бо війна, вона продукує постійно новини, гарячі. І от якраз історія простої людини, як вона буде діяти в цих обставинах, вона відходить на задній план. І це дуже, насправді, така для суспільства виклик великий. Ми стикнулися на початку цієї масштабної агресії з тим, що люди просто не хочуть, щоб їх знімали, тому що вони не знають, хто вони. Люди, які опинилися в метро, ховалися, вони не хотіли, щоб їх знімали, вони просто не уявляли себе, як вони виглядатимуть, хто вони зрадники, вони злякалися, вони правильно чинять, тобто це розгубленість соціально відбувалася. І саме от, в принципі, документалістика, мені здається, найбільш ефективно може впоратися з цією проблемою. Ну і ми, в принципі, не тільки ми, звісно, цим намагаємося займатися.
Now there's crazy times in Ukraine, so even the journalists are struggling to keep their audience up to date to what is happening, and under these circumstances, their stories of ordinary people tend to get lost and get less attention. And this is the challenges for society. This is the challenges for documentaries filmmakers. It was the case that people we were trying to film even did not want to be filmed, as they were asking themselves, what do they look like what image do they produce? For example, if they're hiding in the bomb shelters, what would people think about them? Are they traitors? Are they cowards? Or are they doing something right? And that just mirrors this state of despair and loss of orientation that was in society at this time. And well, this is the task of the documentary filmmakers to deal with this challenge.
So can we say that dehumanization of war is actually a sign of almost every war conflict in the world? When we know the numbers of loss, like the numbers of damaged buildings, the city is captured, but we see no personal people's tragedies before these numbers. Can we say so? I mean that news are bringing us just the details of what is happening, but news very rarely brings us like the personal people's tragedies of destroyed lives, dead civilians, lost homes.
We can see in studies that people wish for these stories because we are humans and we want to see the stories of humans in the end. This is what our species is about. But it's hard, for instance, it depends on which news format do you have. I mean, if you have just a short news show on radio, then there's maybe not much time to bring these stories as well. If you have a documentary format, then it's much easier to show these stories. Perspectives are so important because it keeps us doing things. If, for instance, when the war started, there was a big piece in a German newspaper called Die Zeit. They did a piece about how could we help people when they're coming here from Ukraine, because a lot of people flee to Berlin, and Berlin was like the hub to help people to go further into Europe, or a lot of people also stayed in Berlin. And Die Zeit did the whole magazine about what can we do now? How can we help as people? How can we offer rooms in no time? How can we offer nutrition? How can we offer help? And they also showed a lot of stories of people who came here and showed the faces behind these things that you can't really understand if you're not there to be in this conflict. And this is where news have a really important task for us as society, to keep us in this situation where we are still able to do something and to help as much as we can. And we need stories to get a connection to this conflict and not to feel so far away from this. And I guess it's not easy for newsrooms to do this every day.
I agree that we need the emotional connection, the human connection in stories. So when you talk about dehumanizing reporting of war, Tasia, I think that's the sort of journalism that some journalists describe as bang bang. Mm-hmm. It's the interest in the type of tank and the type of gun. And the story today is all about the drones attacking in Kyiv and what anti-aircraft systems might be deployed to counter that. But that's a rare exception. I think in most media outlets, there is a really strong fascination with the human interest component of war. And we see this again and again, particularly on TV, because human stories make great TV. We see it perhaps less so in more serious newspapers, which think that their readers are more interested in the geopolitical consequences or the types of weaponry being used and what the Ukrainian advance says about the state of the Russian military. But I think above all, we should never forget, whether we're journalists or humanitarians, that it's the human connection that is really going to make this story have an impact on an audience.
Thank you. And I want to ask Helena, you already told us how the word started for you. As I understood, you didn't think about filming at that time. You only thought about how you can help people. Does the situation change now? I mean, you are protecting all of us Ukrainians on the war in the army, but do you see yourself now as a filmmaker, as a storyteller? And if so, how do you see it? How is it possible now when you are serving in the army?
Actually, when I was helping with the evacuation of people, I did start filming people from Bucha, Irpin, and Chernihiv region. So I catch the emotion of fear, of not being sure in the future, and people were in such a chaotic state, not knowing what to do. But when we were in Lugansk region, the realization came that I can't just film what I see, because it's just blood. The war is very dirty, and that's a very uncomfortable image for a viewer, and nobody wants to see that. And I was in this lost state, like I can't film it, how I'll be able to explain to someone in the future what it means to be in the war zone. And also, now as I'm a soldier also, I just know that like most of the people, civilians don't really get soldiers, what they are going through, to protect someone. And also now in Ukrainian army we have, people armies. Most of the guys and women did not want to have guns in their hands. They never imagined fighting back, and it's very tragic, and how to say it, not to use bad words. I mean, like, I don't imagine now what it will take to recover for most of the people who are in the army now. And like, it's very difficult for me, because I came from a different reality, and now I see people here, probably you all want peace. And like, my message is, just imagine that someone is coming into your house, the rocket falls on your house, the half of the house destroyed, and then there is this someone kills your friend or your kid, and then the rest of the world is telling you, why don't you make peace with this guy? And that's how I feel. Maybe like, it's a bit too much, I'm putting too much pressure on you, but yeah, that's an impression. So as a filmmaker, I try to document, but it's damn difficult, because what I see, it's not something that you will be comfortable with.
Thanks for explaining this. We all Ukrainians hope that it won't be too hard for you to hear that, but actually we all feel that way a little bit, like not a little bit, a lot. Even I'm civilian, but yes, it's a lot. We spend lots of time sometimes trying to explain, even to average people, why just no war, this sign doesn't work, actually. Yes.
And Helena's story is so important, because when we get through a hard winter and people are coming to terms with the costs of the war in their own lives in Western Europe, and they're wondering, when will this war end, and when will my life improve in England or Spain or Italy or wherever it might be, there will be pressure on Zelensky to reach some sort of accommodation. You mentioned that people expecting Ukrainians to reach peace with these people who have inflicted atrocities on your country. And it's only really by hearing stories like the ones that Helena is telling here that we can understand why the Ukrainians will resist any concessions that require them to give up some of their territory. And I think that's going to be a really important part of storytelling in this particular crisis.
I want to return to Volodymyr Tikhy's movie, because it shows the first months of war, actually. And when I saw your movie, most of all, what impressed me the most, probably the routine on war, like the routine everyday life of war, and it was the first days of war, like second week, and like we didn't get used to war at that time, like most of civilians, and this routine, like life on war, is the most powerful message, in my opinion. Can you please say how did you decide, when you decided to make the movie? Like this is, as I know, the first movie about our like full-scale invasion. Yes, it was premiered on Sheffield Doc earlier in summer. How it was possible, I knew that it was one day, the 14th of March, it's actually the Ukrainian National Day of Volunteer. How did you come with the idea? How did you realize this project? Very important for not Ukrainians, but to tell the world about what's going in Ukraine.
Здебільшого документаліст, коли знімає, він, в принципі, на це витрачає досить багато часу. По суті, в документальному кіно тільки фінальний монтаж виходить там 3%, здебільшого 3-4% від всього знятого матеріалу. Ось. Але є виняткові речі, які там, як правило, цей матеріал, він просто стає золотим, і його повністю там, оце коли там починаються якісь революційні події на вулицях, або перші дні війни, наприклад, тому що це унікально, і це насправді той час, коли люди звільняються від якихось шаблонних реакцій. Тобто вони просто, куди ти камеру не повертаєш, це цікаві обличчя. Це люди, які просто, ну, їми дуже потужні емоції, як правило, керують. Вони такі постійні. Це адреналін відчувається, який від них йде.
Well, you know, when the filmmakers are working on their films, it's a long process, and it takes a lot of time to make a movie. Usually, it's only 3 or 4% of the footage that we are filming that we could use in a movie. But when something really extraordinary happens, like a revolution, like the beginning of war, then the footage we have is really interesting. Well, the people we're filming are not used to the world around them, and that's why their faces are interesting for me, their reactions are interesting, they're full of adrenaline.
І ми, в свою чергу, коли готували цей фільм, у нас були певні вже герої, якими ми працювали до того. І просто ми розуміли, що це буде цікаво саме цей день з ними пройти. Або історії, які розгорталися, як, наприклад, те, що розказує Тася, в метро. Де просто хлопець поселився, там ж почав жити оператор з ними. Вибрав героїв, познайомився з ними, і вони були не проти, щоб він їх знімав. Насправді це було дуже складно, тому що тоді була оця паніка абсолютно, що не можна знімати, це зараз дістанеться росіянам, вони щось погане зроблять з цим, інформацію, яку, якщо там вони отримають. І тому, здебільшого, ці всі зйомки відбувалися в форматі нелегальних зйомок.
We had several protagonists we were working with, so we kept filming them. And then, at the same time, we also met a couple of interesting personalities, like the guy who was living in a train station, the guy Yutansa mentioned. As I have already said, there was a panic at this time, and people were not sure if it's a good idea to be filmed. For example, if Russians gonna get this footage, they could do something with it. They could react in some way and cause harm to people. So people were not really happy to be filmed. So I could say we were filming kind of illegally to some extent.
Ми ще фільм так нормально, у нас був один показ, десь чоловік 50 дивилися цей фільм в Україні, насправді. До сих пір в нас, він так, тому що він їздить по фестивалям і немає ще такого, Але дуже цікавий прикметний момент, що більшість людей, які бачать зараз цей фільм, вони просто відкривають для себе той час знову, тому що вони навіть не уявляли, що десь паралельно з цим відбувалося візуально, що так виглядав, наприклад, навіть Київ в цей момент. І якраз, якщо казати про певну можливість, яку має документальне кіно, воно має можливість консервувати певну соціальну емоцію, і потім її розгортаєш вже з часом, і знову, але вона залишається тією, яку ти переживав півроку тому. Це дуже цікавий такий є елемент.
There were only few people who watched the film in Ukraine. Well, the film is still new and it's traveling among the international film festivals. But those few people who have watched the film are said they were kind of rediscovering the past. When it happened, they did not have an idea what it looks like visually. And I would say this is one of the great possibilities of a documentary film to conserve time. Then you can rediscover, reopen it, and relive it again.
Thank you, Volodymyr. And actually, somehow we're starting running out of time. And there are two very important topics I wanted also to talk about on this panel. And the first is propaganda.
Oh, yeah.
Why propaganda couldn't be real journalism? Why propaganda couldn't feels like propaganda movies, even documentary ones, couldn't feel like a real movies? I think this is a mostly question for Alexander, but I'm sure all of the speakers want to contribute to the answer.
There's this good old quote that the first one who dies in war is truth. Yeah. And this is still a quote that is working every time we are in a conflict zone or in a war, where we can see that Russia is sending a lot of propaganda to Europe. I mean, they started this very early. We had this RT Deutsch, so Russia Today. It's a TV station from Russia, funded by the state, and they have outlets in several European countries, in Spain, in Italy, in Germany, and so on. And I don't know when they started, but it's over 10 or 15 years ago, to bring a lot of propaganda to our public spheres and to bring like a devotion into societies. And what's interesting that, for instance, the social media platforms like Facebook, YouTube, and so on, they reacted at least after the 21st of February and stopped this propaganda and deleted the channels. And this is something that a lot of people who are working in this field, in disinformation and so on, these people were working on this for a long time, that these channels got stopped so the Russian state can't share the propaganda. But for journalists, it's really hard in these days to verify information. We've seen a lot of articles right now, if you look on online news sites, where journalists are saying, we can't verify this, but we're sharing this, and there's something like a disclaimer under an article that they can't prove some information. So it's very hard for journalists to work in this field and to separate the truth from everything else that is around. And yeah, that's why a lot of news stations, for instance, in Germany, send people to Kiev, send people to other cities all around to help to verify information in Bucha or in Irpin or wherever. People have to go and see what's happened and to understand and verify this information. This is super important, of course, but it's super hard also if you talk to journalists who are covering the war in the Ukraine.
Then I saw that you definitely want to add something.
It feels that Russia is behind a very tall wall and the information from the outside doesn't get there. Because the things that I saw myself and I heard from civilians, for example, in Kharkiv region, the Russian soldiers were choosing the piece of land because they were told that they can live there and 2 Ukrainian slaves will work for them. And they totally believe that it's real and it can happen in nowadays world. And I don't have much time to go through news, but when I do, it upsets me so much because I see that reality differs so much from, what Russians hear. And so sad that this, huge population they, easily takes it that the country attacked other and might go even forward to Europe. Just for what? Because the Russian people will not live better. That's not for them. So the propaganda and the way it works in 21st century, when we have social networks, when we have so much, when we all should hope that we can be better humans, it just works against us because it's full of lies. And I don't have an answer how to fight with it, because I wish the money spent on war could be spent on food for kids in Somalia, because they really deserve to have a better life. But instead, we killing civilians, killing soldiers, and eat it as headlines in some journals. So basically, we are also tired of this information. It's annoying to read about the war in Ukraine. It's just numbers or whatever. Even people's stories stop touching us that much after we see many of them, and they're kind of repetitive. But when you see it with your own eyes and see these lies in the news, that just blows your head. That's it. That's what I can say.
I think it's an important point about social media, because we're all more vulnerable to propaganda now than we've probably ever been. So there's propaganda spread by powerful governments like the Russian government, and there's propaganda spread by citizen journalists who have one particular view of something that is happening around them, which they want to spread through social media. And I think this is an argument really for seeing things with your own eyes, as you say, Helena, and it's an argument for foreign correspondents to be there on the ground, reporting the reality of war, as opposed to sitting behind a desk in London and trying to make sense of a war through their computer screens, through what they can find on Twitter and YouTube. So we've got to be more vigilant now than we've ever been, and it's more important than it's ever been to have foreign correspondents out there doing their job. Unfortunately, there's less money for foreign correspondents now than there used to be, and the way the media has fragmented means that it's quite hard now for a big media outlet to become, a definitive voice in a situation like the Ukraine war. There are going to be many, many voices, and it's asking a lot of an audience to make sense of what they're hearing.
Actually, that would be my last question, and then we could go to questions from the audience. And it was actually a question to you, Sean. You worked as an editor with many conflicts, and you're probably the expert in verifying information, in fact-checking. How is it possible actually at all to do this at war when the war is going on?
Well, it's very hard, and I confess that there are many mistakes. So one mistake that still haunts me to this day is from the Iraq War, and an Iraqi TV presenter was kidnapped and disappeared. And then a video appeared online which purported to be her decapitation. And one of my reporters, an Arabic speaker who had actually known this particular journalist, watched the video of the decapitation over and over and over again, and she decided that it was the presenter. This was the execution of the presenter. But it turned out that it was actually a film from Mexico of violence within a drug cartel. And you would have thought that you couldn't possibly confuse Iraq and Mexico, but we did, despite having a really expert journalist to do that. So we are all vulnerable. So what we tried to do is verify information by double sourcing it. So we're not just relying on what appears to be a clear account of an event. We try to get some sourcing, which can be done, interestingly, through satellites at the moment. So I know TV companies are using satellites to try to verify claims about Russian advances or Ukrainian advances. They're trying to see for themselves what is really going on the ground, and they're trying to speak to as many people as they can, sometimes remotely, to stand up the story. And it's a a really tough job, and it's being done very meticulously in lots of newsrooms, but I don't think there are any news editors who will say that we get it right all the time.
Thanks a lot. Really, I'm shocked, impressed with your story, and now we have time for questions, please. 10 minutes. Yeah, and we have questions. Do we need microphone? Yes, for speakers? No. Please, the last row.
Yeah, my name is Najib Kaja. I'm a filmmaker and a journalist. I covered the war in Syria for many years, and I recognize the challenges with, for example, Russian propaganda, because you had Russia engaging in the Syrian war on the government side, and it was actually more difficult than now for journalists to operate in Syria, because in the rebel areas you had hostile elements. You had the Syrian government who was against the Western narrative, and also Western journalists, but you also had the rebels who had criminal elements and extremists. So basically Syria was almost cut off, and it was only freelancers at the end, freelancers like me, who was reporting from the rebel-held areas with very big risks. And I remember actually some of these platforms on social media, Russian-sponsored platforms. On the surface, you couldn't see it was Russian-sponsored. But, if you investigated some of them, you would find out that they were sponsored by the government. And they, for example, managed to spread a lot of fake news about Syria's White Helmets, a volunteer organization who saved lives. I did a documentary about them. It was really uphill for me many times, very reasonable people writing to me and questioning me and asking me, are they terrorists, these guys, because we saw this news platform telling the stories about them. So it was really uphill. I just wanted to say that in the future, if we're going to have some conflicts with, for example, Russia or Iran engaged in it, or autocratic countries, we will have these challenges again, as we had in Syria, and we're having them in Ukraine too. But fortunately, in Ukraine, we have a safe space for the journalists. If you talk about the Ukrainian government, there is a safe space for them. But in Syria, it hardly existed. And for example, if something's going to happen in an African country with rebel groups fighting each other and Wagner and Russia going on one side, you will probably see a new Syria again, a place that is cut off, and we are totally dependent again on individual journalists, because the bigger news outlets, they always take their people out when the risks grow too big. It was just a comment. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment.
Shall I respond? Because I've lost a couple of friends in the Syrian war, and I hope you didn't too, but I know a lot of us know journalists who didn't make it back. So I was the foreign editor of a correspondent called Marie Colvin, an American journalist working for the Sunday Times. I sent her to Homs to cover the siege there. It was one of the first big sieges by the Syrian army of a city, and she was killed in the shelling of the media center there. And at that point, a lot of big media organizations just pulled out of Syria. They thought this is too much risk. And it was left to freelancers like our brave friend here to go in and do what reporting could be done. But one freelancer that I knew, John Cantley, was kidnapped, and he was among those Western hostages who were executed. He survived by serving the terrorist organization, making propaganda films for them, but then he disappeared, possibly in an attack on a hospital where some of the leaders of the terrorist group were based. And I think that really raises the question of what is the price of storytelling in a crisis. Sometimes it's just too dangerous to risk lives. And some journalists would say, well, it's worth the risk because we're reporting a very important truth. And if we don't bear witness to atrocities, bad people will get away with more than they otherwise would. But as somebody who's lost a couple of mates, I really wrestle with this question of how much risk we should really be prepared for journalists to take in these situations.
Telling about risk, I can't not remember the director Mantas Kudravicius.
I thought about
yeah.
the same.
Helena, maybe you could say about this.
I just met my friends from Lithuania, by the way, who knew him, and basically my friend without us, he said, if there are any films that worth your life, but he also knows that it's not about the film for me, and like the whole country feels like very bad that they lost such an amazing human being, such an amazing filmmaker. But also for him, he made the Mariupolis film before, and it was like a call to come back there and film basically the life of civilians in the city that is like almost was destroyed almost to the ground. So, and I'm not sure if I can share the details of his death, but it wasn't just that, you know, he was under shelling. It was.
Actually, just to bring the bigger context, we are talking about Mantas Kudravicius, the director who died in Mariupol in Ukraine in this spring when there were huge fightings. And he was actually the latest investigations proved that he didn't die under shelling. He was killed by or Russian soldiers or pro-Russian soldiers of so-called Donetsk People's Republic when he tried to evacuate civilians, some of the people he was shooting at that time. And do we have any other questions from the audience? Probably. Yes, please.
Thank you for the panel. I have a question. There is a huge, as you said, the work of journalists is to help to bring people's attention, like the world's attention to the problem, and the main instrument for that is bringing up the emotions. And there is a big, huge emotional impact in the war in Ukraine, and which is raping children and killing civilians and so on and so forth. And for example, there was an explosion in Vinnytsia, if I recall it right, where young, 4-year-old girl was, there was a rocket and she died, and her mother lost her leg, and then she woke up and realized that her daughter is not alive anymore. And there was a lot of journalists who were bringing up this story and saying that we get her permission about telling that when she was after shock, and she was like, yeah, you can film me. And this is very, I don't see, I don't clearly see the borderline when it brings, when it can harm people, and or when it can help the world to see the problem and can bring more help to Ukraine. Where is that borderline between the personal stories and the stories that you can share with the world?
Thanks a lot for the beautiful question. Yeah, actually, what we can do on war and what storytellers cannot do in war in any cases. Yes?
I don't know, can I say?
I don't know, yeah. I don't know to whom, probably, who could start?
As I said before, I don't think it's a good thing to film all the blood, because it was shown so many times in many different films before about the war, and it doesn't really touch anything. But in the memory of my friend, Artem Sendetsky, who really wanted to visit the city, Berlin, I just want to share his story. Artem was 20 years old. He was the most sensitive person I met in the army. He had very good taste in music, and 2.5 months ago, he just got married. So he had this little vacation, and the very next day he came back to the position in the Kharkiv region. He was killed. He got shells in his temple and whatever. I will not describe the details. After 6 days in coma, he died. So what I could film, it's his funeral and his grandmother crying that she doesn't need whatever money from the state, anything. He was the most precious human being for her, and like nothing gonna change, you know, what just happened. And just imagine, like in our army, like who died the most? The young guys, 20, 21 years old, because they're the bravest, and also they are the cleanest because they didn't even manage to make something bad to the world. The same with civilians. Like the people died the most in the villages, and what they did before, like were taking care of vegetables. And there are so many different stories, and I think it's worth at least trying to share these stories with the world because we can relate to them. I hope it can bring some kind of empathy because it can happen in any country. I mean, we did not expect this cruel attack to start. We didn't want to fight back, but it's happening. And all we have to do is just to resist and try to bring to the world all the stories, horrible stories that are like, happening every day on the front line and almost in each city of our country.
Sean, but you definitely had strict standards what you cannot show from moral aspect of question from any other points, what you cannot show from war, conflict, or you never had such point?
Well,
challenges.
You wouldn't want to show anything that makes a viewer switch off or makes a reader turn the page. So you have to judge it so that you can demonstrate the horror, but without making people so revolted by it that they don't want to read it anymore. We come back to the point Alex made at the beginning of the day about the news avoiders. We don't want to let them multiply, do we, Alex? We want to tell stories in a way that people can absorb and that they can digest and appreciate the importance. And the question about what it's worth risking your life for is it's a really difficult one. So there was an aid worker from the International Rescue Committee killed the other day in Tigray in the Ethiopian civil war. And that aid worker knew that they were risking their life, and they decided that it was worth the risk because the situation there is very grave, and they thought that they could bring some help there. And in the same way, there are some journalists who think that they can make a difference by reporting what they do. I mentioned Marie Colvin earlier on, who died in Syria. Well, previously, she was in a conflict in East Timor, and she decided to stay in a UN compound besieged by pro-Jakarta militia in a place called East Timor during a conflict about East Timor's independence. And she was ordered out by the diplomats from the UN, who said anybody who stayed could face a massacre. But Marie and 2 Dutch radio journalists stayed on, and they carried on broadcasting around the world in a way that really shamed the UN into coming back and evacuating all the people in the compound out to Australia. So sometimes you can really make a difference by risking your life. And the tragedy is that you never know what's going to happen, and you never know whether the risk that you're running is worth it. I'd say no story is worth dying for, but sometimes people do die in the course of taking a calculated risk.
And some back up to Elena's speech, Volodymyr, in your film, you also filmed Roman Ratushny, who died, as I understand, quite short after the shootings. I don't know even if it's a question, it's like some commemoration. Now it's the Ukrainian paradox that it's new in film, but not all members of the film crew, not film crew, but the heroes are alive in this film. And probably this gonna be our Ukrainian reality in the future?
Я нещодавно просто так вийшло, що непогано знаю його мати. Ось вона відома в Україні, є поетеса. І вона дізналася, що є такий фільм, хоча вона якось так сторониться від цих, і взагалі, для неї, звісно, це дуже болюче питання, смерть сина. Вона подивилась фільм, ну, знову ж таки, і ну, це для неї була дуже така емоційно потужна подія, насправді. Але все одно вона, якби, що я можу сказати, цікаво було, що вона сприйняла історію свого сина саме в аспекті, не так, що це мій син, а в аспекті того часу і що тоді відбувалося. Тобто вона дізналась про свого сина, що син тоді їздив і ховався в плані саме дронної розвідки. І це було, певне, таке відкриття свого сина з іншого боку, що була дуже, дуже така прикметна історія. Не чути мене.
We doesn't need, we will get the translation, please, don't worry.
Можна перекладати.
Well, I know his mother. She's a famous poet in Ukraine, and she found out that we made this movie where we filmed Roman, and she wanted to see the footage, see the film, and it was a very powerful moment for her. Also, thanks to the movie, she discovered his son from the other side, had the gaze on him from the other perspective.
Я ще можу сказати щодо теми етичності, неетичності того, що показують. Здебільшого аудиторії, вони дуже різні. І всі, так чи інакше, більш-менш, хто займається мас-медіа, вони працюють з тою чи іншою аудиторією. І ми маємо розуміти, що нас інколи шокує, що цікавить іншу аудиторію. І ми можемо тут обговорювати, що це дуже неетично, а для цієї аудиторії це найголовніше, що воно саме так. От вони в цьому бачать, як не дивно, свободу слова. Найбільш вразлива зараз історія з тим, що дуже сильно не просто маніпулюють інформацією, а що цю інформацію просто брешуть. І чим потужніше брехня, тим більше в неї вірять. Тобто, от Росія дуже навчилася це добре робити. Вона знає аудиторії, вона знає їх, якби, зацікавленість, і вона, враховуючи цю зацікавленість, вкидує просто абсолютну брехню. І це інколи дуже непогано спрацьовує.
The question of if it's ethically correct to show some stories. Well, we have to keep in mind that we are writing, producing images for different audiences, and some things can be inappropriate for one audience, but then appropriate for the other audience. And it's also about the freedom in this case. I would say their biggest problem is even not their manipulation but the lies. It's like when we think about Russians are telling lies all the time, and the bigger lies are, the more eager people are to believe it.
I want to thank all our speakers today a lot, and just a short reminder, please don't miss Helena Maxim's film. She's co-directed Everything Will Not Be Fine today on Human Rights Film Festival at 8:30, and Volodymyr Tichy film One Day in Ukraine, which will be shown on the 29th of October on our festival, Ukrainian Film Festival Berlin. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, everyone. This was highly important to talk about, and thank you so much for sharing your stories and your insights. We've gone a bit over time, so we've got a short 8-minute break now, and we'll be back here at 10 to 4. Thank you very much. welcome back, everyone. After a very quick break, I'm very excited to be standing here and having a panel discussion, which is a little bit different than it was planned because Franziska Mager has corona and Alexandra Wolf, who would have been the host of this panel discussion, also has corona. So I'm jumping in, so bear with me because I am going to read a bit of her questions. First of all, just a warm welcome to Tin Fischer and Andreas von Bubnow, who are here with me as panelists. All right, so here we go. This is a bit improvised, but we'll get through it. This is really funny. Okay, I need my glasses. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, it says. That's good. I have the honor to moderate the upcoming panel discussion. Yes. And Alexandra Wolf is not here. Let me start by the short introduction that Alexandra has provided and prepared. You might remember the optimistic new frontier feeling when we entered the internet age. Along came hopes for the healing effects of a new global connectivity and for research projects that were not possible before massive storage capabilities. But that big data optimism turned out to be false, or better, the related visions haven't come true. Technology brought a lot of opportunities, efficiency and innovation to collect and store, publish data. But it also created the ways of misusing data, recontextualize them, and deploying them for one's argument or manipulation effort. At least since Donald Trump's presidency, we're talking about fake facts, alternative news, and such. Today, here we are talking about the hidden power of data, with a focus on what part storytelling and narration play in assembling, presenting, and publishing data. So here with us is Tin Fischer, and I'd like to start with you. Tin is a historian and turned data journalist. He writes for several outlets, with his main platform being the major news publisher Die Zeit. He is an expert on data visualization. Recently, Tin has published a book titled Linke Daten, Rechte Daten, which means left data, right data, in which he draws on published statistics and infographics to argue how data collection is managed, how statistics can and are being used by different interest groups to support their sometimes political agenda, and what stylistic devices are being used to do so. A big heads up for Tin Fischer. Thank you very much, Tin, for being here with us today.
Thank you for the invitation.
Tin, it seems everyone is hooked on statistics and infographics. Everything can be explained with a graph, a curve, or a diagram. Do you have an idea why that is?
Yeah, as you've said, like I've studied history, so I came from a very different background. So like 10 years ago, I started doing, when I started working as a journalist, I did classic storytelling, like writing reportage and yeah. And then all of a sudden, what happened was like what we now call sort of like the big data revolution. And all of a sudden, there were massive data sets out there. There were social media platforms that could be scraped, where you could get huge amounts of data sets, and the tools got really accessible. So even I, as a historian who has no background, I was able to code a little bit, but even I, as a simple historian, could all of a sudden manage, I had to learn a little bit of code, but all of a sudden I could manage a data set with Instagram data, for example, with millions of data points just on my small MacBook. And that really changed the whole field because all of a sudden a lot more people had access to to data and could do something with it. In my case, it was me as a journalist who was suddenly able to do stories based on data, based on data analysis, and it sort of like changed my profession, and I became a data journalist. So yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to bring you in, Andreas. You are a professor for science communication, and of course you're dealing a lot with data and the whole communication of that data as well. What is your take on what Tin just said? Can you reflect on that with all the data sets that, are you using that as well? Or are you not, are you trying to use the data sets and put storytelling into it?
No, I don't come from that direction. The direction I come from is more like the print side and what people tell me. And my view on that is, yes, it has become much easier to actually contact anyone on Earth for any story. But my take on it is, for the topic of today, is that people are not doing that, even though they could. And there are lots of reasons for that, but one of the reasons that I'm thinking about a lot these days is why are journalists not contacting people who are experts and reasonable, but on both sides of some kind of debate? Why is it that coverage tends to be, and that's why I find this book, actually, I really have to read it, fascinating. So in print, the same thing, I guess, is what I'm saying. In print, the same thing is happening. In texts, the same thing is happening that he seems to be observing.
Right. Let me see what Andre. Sorry for this. So yes, Alexandra said, so you're working with different genres and fields with various media to convey your findings and thoughts. And of course, Tin just said that he is publishing charts and findings. I remember a lecture of yours where you, among other things, discussed the issues of firstly methodology and secondly on the issue of publication bias, aka what is even being published. Can you explain to us why the knowledge of how data is conceived is important for the reader and what publication bias means in this context?
Yeah, very, very important. Publication bias means that scientists publish journals, scientific journals, mostly publish stuff that has a finding, right? They're not interested if there's no finding. They're not interested in negative results, is what it's called, right? Even though, if you do research, and I used to be a researcher for, I don't know, 10 years, I guess every phase of my life is 10 years before I change. But so that was 10 years, and I was in a lab, and I was a biologist, and most experiments failed. But those experiments that fail, and the same thing happens in other areas, data science, if you have a lot of data, if you do surveys in social sciences, anything, any people, they can tell you, like, a lot of times they don't see anything, right? And that doesn't get published. So other people do the same stuff because they don't know that it failed before, right? So that's one reason why that's a problem, because it's a waste of money and time. The other problem is that it gives this bizarre, distorted view of things, you know, working in a way that they're not working, and it also enables people who sort of like, or observations that are not necessarily the most important ones, to get to the forefront of the journals. And as a matter of fact, because everybody's looking for positive results, people are trying to get them harder, and as a result of that, they are cheating. So there are these things called p-hacking, for example. P-hacking means if you want a significant result, significant statistical significance, right? Which means there's a small, quite a small chance that it's just a random result, but it looks like real, but it's probably real. If you want to get that, you can just repeat the experiment so often, you can look at the data so many times that eventually you will find something, but that's actually not okay. But a lot of people are doing it, right? So that's one problem. Then only those results get published because the pressure is there, only positive results. Then journalists also have the same kind of publication bias. In some kind of editorial office, Redaktion, they tell you, and I know this because I recently had discussions about exactly this issue with someone from the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. They tell you if there's a negative result, if there's a study, it's not interesting for us. We only write about things that find something. So the same problem happens in journalism as well.
Right, yes, please. Do you want to reflect on that?
Yeah, I think what's become interesting in journalism is that, I mean, I deal with a lot of studies. Sort of like that's my everyday work as a data journalist is, first of all, I have to look at a lot of numbers, and I would collect a lot of numbers and statistics for a certain topic that I'm investigating. And then I also look at a lot of studies, so I have to read quite a lot of studies, and also, and I think what has changed a little bit, that we as data journalists sort of like started to understand, or like really started to learn how to read studies and how to get into studies. And yeah, I often see that I've got a study with a very interesting result in front of me, and with a very interesting and intriguing conclusion. And then I would go into the data, look at the numbers, what they actually came up with, and it turns out, you know, it might be very skewed, it might be not that interesting, and so on. And yeah, that has become quite a problem. And it's something we have to learn living with. And I don't really have a sort of like a definite answer to that. For us as journalists, it's sometimes very, you know, can sometimes be very entertaining, because sometimes, you know, it's always interesting when you have a scientist who is saying, like, I have this great result, and then you as a journalist, you go there, look at it, and you realize, okay, it's not actually that great. That also makes, like, good stories, because the fall can then sometimes be quite high. So, yeah, this is like the attention game we're in, and sort of like, where I, as a journalist, also, like, this is like a difficult thing. I think a lot of journalists, especially that in science journalism and data journalism, sort of like see scientists as sort of like collaborators. And in a lot of instances, we do work together with scientists, and sort of like we're very close. You know, I've just been in Amsterdam the other day just to meet the scientist and spend a day with him just to go through his data set. On the other hand, I think I do a lot of investigative journalism, and that also often involves scientists being the antagonist, sort of like me working sort of like against the scientist, because I suspect that he has treated his, like, you know, he has maybe come up with a somewhat fraudulent study. So we are sort of like, on the one hand, sometimes in the same boat, and sometimes we are sort of like competing with each other and sort of like correcting each other.
You're right, because in the panel before we were discussing that as journalists on, let's say, in crisis areas, they always try to get two sources. Is there anything like that you are using? Is it possible if only one scientist is coming up with a data set? Is there anything like that?
That's basically why I wrote this book, Linke Daten, Rechte Daten, because for me that's always sort of like an interesting thing is, for me there is never sort of like an objective statistics, and there's never like an objective data set or anything. So what I always try to do is of course, like when I have a number on my table, I always try to look at this number from a different political perspective, or sort of like from a different scientific perspective, because even within science, you always have like different scientists who have a different view on the same data. Sometimes they disagree on the same number, and like, you know, how you have to read this certain number. So I always try to come up with sort of like different views on the same statistics, and that involves like, you know, calling a lot of people, talking to a lot of people. That's like the work you have to do. And of course, like often, you know, you want to have a great story as a journalist, and you want to have sort of like, it's become quite trendy in recent years to say, like, for example, you know, there's this chart you have to see to understand global poverty, something like that. And so that goes viral on the internet, and sort of like, and it's entertaining and it's intriguing. But of course, there is always different ways you can read that kind of data, and that is, I think, where journalism becomes interesting and where I want to go.
What do you say to that, Andreas?
I do the same thing. I studied or I learned journalism at my journalism training in the US. And the US has, I was in the US for 20 years before I returned to Germany. And it seems to me a little bit like there are different customs, standards in journalism in both countries. In the US, certainly, we were taught, and everybody tries to do this, even if it's a small study and a news story on a small study, always talk, of course, to someone. First of all, talk to two people. Don't just read the article, the study and put out an article. No. Talk to someone who has done it, because you might have misunderstood something. But then also talk to someone else who has no connection to the study. Very important, right? So at least, right? That's the minimum standard. Sometimes in Germany, from conversations I've had, that doesn't always seem to be the case. I'm not saying in the US it's always the case, but sometimes that's just not the case, and that's a problem. Right? The other issue is that sometimes you have, one study that suggests one thing, but it's a bad study, and then another study suggests the opposite, but it's also a bad study. Both studies get into the news. Let me give you an example. Coffee causes cancer, lots of studies. Coffee doesn't cause cancer, lots of studies. Actually, as a matter of fact, coffee protects from cancer. I think there are actually studies. So the opposite findings, but most of them are so-called observational studies, which means people just correlate coffee drinking and being cancer-free for a long time at one point in time, right? So, but if you do that, then of course you don't know how else the other ways these two groups of people you're comparing are different. You know, the people who drink a lot of coffee might be, I don't know, having more money. Maybe they have more access to healthcare, all kinds of different things that could also be different between the two groups. And that's why this correlation is not necessarily causation. However, a lot of journalists don't know that, and they just report this one study that comes out, and then, I don't know, half a year later, the opposite study comes out, and that gets a bunch of headlines, and so on and so forth. And I call that's a combination of reporting on something that's bad with reporting on something that's just one study, as opposed to going out and calling more people, looking at more studies than just one, which is, I think, a big problem. I call it whiplash journalism. I don't know if that makes any sense, but you have one headline on one side, and you have another headline on the other side, but you never have both together. Somebody just taking the time and taking some more distance and say, okay, what's really the big picture, right? In this case, the big picture seems to be we just don't know if coffee causes cancer or not, which is not interesting for journalists.
No, exactly. So where's the story?
Right.
Yeah. So in your book, you are also talking about an example where you explain this issue along the early findings on the causation of smoking and lung cancer. It is also an interesting account on data storytelling. Can you give us a little bit more insight on what happened back then?
Yeah, like discovering the cause between, it's sort of like the totally different story. Because like it started, already started in the 20s and 30s under the Nazis. Hitler was convinced that smoking causes cancer, and there was a lot of science, but like sort of like commission science by the Nazis, basically stating that smoking causes cancer. But of course, that kind of science was not considered reliable for very good reasons. And so it took after the war in Britain, as well as in the US, and as well as in other countries, people started to, health agencies started to discover that there is a massive increase in lung cancer. And they couldn't explain why. And then you start looking for causes. What could it be? Is it the air? Is it coffee? Is it? And there were a lot of assumptions that it's the air, for very good reasons, because the air was terrible at the time in cities. And so basically, then there was a couple of scientists in Britain. They came up with a very famous, now very famous idea. It's called the British Doctors Study. And what they did was they were sending out, there was a new registry in Britain for doctors. All the doctors had to, their addresses had to be collected in a registry. And they had to, when a doctor died, that also had to be reported to the registry. So what they basically did was just sending out a letter to all the doctors in Britain, asking them, do they smoke, yes or no, and how much? They got a lot of replies for today's standard. And then it just waited. And it became clear that smoking caused cancer, lung cancer, and caused doctors to die. And that was in terms of sort of like the knowledge, and there were other studies that were already out there that sort of like had the suspicion or already pretty good evidence that smoking causes cancer. But now it was doctors who died. And it was the doctors, the ones people trusted, the ones who should have known better, so to say. And so the design of the study, it was a beautiful study, statistically. It was really well done, it was really well crafted. It sort of changed epidemiology in a certain way. But it was also, the study itself was sort of like storytelling in the respect of the people it was dealing with. It was not, before they had studies where they interviewed cancer patients in the hospital, and you could always argue, yeah, but maybe they just say in hindsight that they smoked a lot because they want to have a reason, and so on. But now it was doctors. And I think we sometimes see that, and that, of course, changed the whole discourse, and had an effect on the discourse. It took quite some time until politics, it took another 10 years till politicians reacted and so on. But it led to at first in the US, quite a change in policy and in health policy, thanks to a study that was by design also a kind of storytelling and telling a story with data at the end of the day. And that was in the 1950s. So it's not an entirely new phenomenon that we tell story with data.
No, exactly. And then the story from the other side was, of course, the one from the cigarette companies who tried to always dissolve all these studies and saying yeah, it's not so bad, They had a propaganda on their own to, of course, save their business.
That was a fascinating thing because there was a very famous book in the 60s already. It's called How to Lie with Statistics.
Exactly.
And that book became sort of like a blueprint for a lot of books that there are so many books out there still with titles, like Lügen mit Statistik, Zahlen die Lügen, something with lies and statistics. And that book became hugely popular in the 60s. Now, that book has a sort of like a problematic after story, because the same author was then commissioned by the tobacco company to write a book called How to Lie with Smoking Statistics. And the book was basically made to say that smoking does not cause cancer. And he was basically attacking the smoking statistics that were out there, attacking the studies by saying, things like, yeah, like what you explained with coffee, correlation is not cause. Just because somebody is smoking doesn't necessarily mean that causes cancer, because it could also be that somebody who's smoking is, there were even ideas that, maybe people who have cancer do smoke more because smoking is a relief. And so this guy, he was a journalist, and I often think about him because he wrote this very popular book on how to lie with statistics, and then got commissioned, basically bought by the tobacco industry to write this counter book. Luckily, it never came out. He was paid for it. It was then never published because of all the legal issues that then arose, and there was.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, of course, we as storytellers, and I have a background in documentaries. Of course, I mean, if you see. If you are confronted with facts and you want to make it's, of course, as a journalist and as an author, you are made to make an interpretation of the facts that are presented to you, which means you are already doing something with the source, let's say. How do you go about that? I mean, how do you use that in your business, in your work?
With a source, right? Before I get to that, just briefly, obviously now it sounds like, in this case, of course, it was a correlational study, but it was, for one, it was a so-called cohort study, right? So they followed them. And number one. Number two, yes, it was an observational study, and you just correlate things, but I think the signal in terms of smoking is huge. And that's why, in the case of smoking, it's actually almost enough to do that kind of study, because the signal is so huge that it's almost impossible. And if you look at any other factors, and of course you do, but that's why this is kind of like an exception almost in terms of that. So that's number one. And then the other thing, yes, sources. So, well, in Germany we have this discussion about, and it's a little bit, I don't know, everywhere right now, what's a good scientist and what's a bad scientist, and how do you tell? How can you tell what's a better expert to call? And that feeds into it. But let me put it this way: if I have a study, I will always ask as the last question, who disagrees with you? And I will always, there is no exception. Again, no exception. I will always find someone. Not only that, they will actually usually be very happy to tell me who disagrees with them. Maybe Corona changed that because it was so polarized and politicized that I didn't even get into that. I didn't even want to do it anymore because it was horrible, right? But before that, that's how it worked, and it was usually possible. And then these other people will tell me how they criticize the study, and then I will call enough people so I will get this feeling that I really know what I'm talking about. Not all of them will be in the story, but then I will just present the facts. And sometimes the facts are not going to be conclusive. Sometimes I will just say it's unclear. For example, I wrote a story on bisphenol A. It's this thing they add to plastics. And there were two very, very strong camps in science. One of the camps, said it works like a hormone, and it's really bad for you. The other camp said, no, all your experiments, I think it was to the effect of, are not reliable, and the concentrations are very in mice, and you cannot, that kind of thing, right? So they basically completely disagreed. So it was a complete clash, yeah, and I was not able to disentangle the two. So I came down in the middle and said, so it's an ongoing debate. I did not make a decision.
Yeah, right. Picking up on what you just said in the Corona times, and everything got so fragmented and polarized, I think that's, of course, also the topic of today, is like, how do we bridge, and how do we, because Corona really showed it. Everyone suddenly was in some kind of camp. And if you disagreed with what you thought, then you wouldn't even talk to this person anymore. And people were very very harsh about the fact that they wouldn't even listen to the other person. And I think the same is probably also happening with the climate crisis, that there are the ones that are thinking like, yes, shit, I mean, we humans have caused all this mess. We need to be prepared to find solutions. And because the science is there, it's very clear and it's very obvious, and it's been for a long, long time. I think we talked about it. You said that in the beginning that the scientists were actually not, they thought the public couldn't really handle the truth. What weren't we talking about that?
About?
That the scientists were actually not, that they portrayed the climate change threat.
Oh, yes.
Not as grave as it was, because they thought the people out there couldn't handle it.
Yes.
And only now they changed, so...
Right. There was a study done by, I think it was Naomi Oreskes at Harvard was involved, and some other people, and they actually checked out the climate treaty language, I think it was, over the years. IPCC reports, I think it was, and you know, correct, and you know, I'm not sure, but I might get it wrong, but there was this big report that came out, and I think 2 years ago or something like that. And what they found was that scientists actually tried to be overly cautious in their own language when it came to, you know, thousands of scientists agreeing on how serious the problem really is. So they were kind of like putting on a mouthpiece on their own language to not come out as, to keep their credibility in the scientific community. And that's a fascinating observation. And the other interesting observation I made personally was in, I think it was in 2017, that an article came out in New York Magazine that was called The Uninhabitable Earth. And that article was the first in my recollection that really journalistically described all the really bad scenarios of climate change in a very, very frightening way, really, really frightening. That article got a lot of backlash at the time, a lot of backlash. Some people saying this was irresponsible because it was too alarmist and it was going to be like climate porn, and then there was supposedly lots of studies that suggest that that kind of thing leads people, you know, to become complacent. Then there was a backlash to the backlash, which was, no, look at the studies. The studies that claim that this kind of thing leads to complacency, alarmism leads to complacency, are too short term, so the studies are not solid enough yet. Which means that the people at that point of time, within the climate communication bubble, had the wrong opinions on what the science says about how to correctly communicate climate. And then obviously came Greta Thunberg, who completely turned the whole thing around and was basically like as alarmist as it gets, and it worked. So, fascinating case.
What do you say to that, Tim?
Yeah, that's.
I see you nodding. So.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing. I do a lot of investigative journalism in the sphere of natural climate solutions, which is sort of like the sphere where, you know, tree planting against climate change. And there you have sort of like a similar pattern. So like 2 years ago, it was 2 or 3 years ago, like a study came out by a Swiss university, basically saying that we can plant trees and, you know, as a way out of the climate crisis. And, you know, it didn't like say that, it came from people who meant well, but made this study that had sort of like this massively exaggerating result. And the study had a lot of flaws and a lot of issues and a lot of difficulties. And but it, on the one hand, it sort of like triggered really this tree planting frenzy that we have seen in the last couple of years. which you could argue is a good thing because, yes, we need some kind of nature restoration as part of fighting climate change. But on the other hand, we know that tree planting is also used for now a lot of companies to compensate their carbon footprint and to basically claim to be carbon neutral by saying that they plant trees, or usually they say that because they just protect forests or because they think they buy credits that protect forests. So there again, it's sort of like, it came from science, it was a study, it was massively exaggerated, it was a study that was even like this, the institute that made the study even hired a PR company to make sure that this study gets out there. And it was a massive hit. It was one of the most quoted studies in 2019 it was. And looking back to it, it's sort of like a double-edged sword. You know, on the one hand, yes, it sort of like triggered this idea that we have to do more, like nature is a part of fighting climate change. At the same time, it also triggered companies like Shell to say, yeah, great, we can just plant trees and keep selling fossil fuel. For us, as like, I'm working together with colleagues on these issues. For us, it's just always, we were attacking this study and we were attacking it quite harshly, and we didn't make friends within within this institute. But for us, I think at the end of the day, it was necessary to keep the numbers straight. And that was for us like, yes, we were then attacked, like that we were damaging the climate movement. We were then attacked, you know, said that we are damaging the tree planting movement, which is a great thing. And yes, we even got a lot of applause from right-wingers who sort of like question climate change in general. But at the same time, we also, now we're sort of like working on these issues of carbon credits, and all of a sudden we get a lot of applause from those who see carbon credits like skeptical because of the way companies use them. So yeah, this is sort of like the conflict we have to live with.
Exactly, and if you mention the tree planting, I mean, of course, it sounds like an amazing idea, and of course we just cut down so many trees, and I just still can't believe that we think that a dead tree is worth more than a living tree. But, I mean, are there studies how many trees actually survive from these planting actions? Because I am skeptical that they always make it to...
There is one study.
There's one,
yeah.
Okay, that's not many.
No. Do you want to know the number?
Yeah?
No.
No.
It was 0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Oh, wow.
It was a study in India that looked at, it was sort of like the first quantitative study that, like, on a bigger scale, that looked at these massive tree planting schemes in India, and they found no effect because basically it was all about the numbers. It was all about saying, like, we have planted 1 million trees, and trees ended up at places where there is space for 1 million trees, which is usually at places where trees don't grow, because there's always a reason why some space is available. So, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we just had on Monday, we had Volker Schlöndorff here with his, and he was just talking about his film, The Forest Maker, der Waldmacher, Tony Rinaldi, who just went into the Sahel zone and just, you know, did the whole like, oh look, actually there's all these roots from all these trees, and actually you don't need to plant anything because they die down there, and you just know how to grow these trees and they come up by themselves. And yeah, I think that's exactly what the problem, I think, with tackling the climate crisis is that big corporations, as you said, are just trying to buy themselves out of their responsibility by saying, like, oh, look, how many trees we can plant. And that's not a solution, really. I mean, it can be one, but
I think this is the ambivalence, and we look. It's at the end of the day, this is the ambivalence of life. You know, we're sort of like we always have to measure things against each other, and for me as a data journalist, I try to come up with data and with studies, like with statistics that sort of like present this ambivalence, and instead of just trying to show you a diagram with a world map that says, you know, this is like, these are the trees we have to plant, and then we are out of the problem.
We cannot, I think, plant ourselves out of the climate crisis.
No.
No. I was wondering if there are any questions from the audience that you would like to ask these amazing people that are on stage with me. Very knowledgeable people. Go ahead, don't be shy. All right, then we just go on and talk. Okay, so I've gone a bit off script, I must say. Let me just quickly see what Alexandra has actually written here still. She mentions viral statistics, Tim, that you looked at. What is problematic with published statistics on energy transition, for example?
Yeah, that's part of the climate change issue. I mean, at the core of it is, of course, like what we in Germany call the Energiewende. Basically, we have to get rid of fossil fuel and change our energy mix. And now, when you, for example, when you Google, and I did that as a data journalist, like it happened to me, like you want to know how far are we with the Energiewende, and you Google Energiewende statistic in the Google image search, which is, by the way, the greatest thing. Like, I, as a data journalist, I always do that first. I always type in the topic I'm working on, add the word statistic, and check Google image search to come up with the most basic figures. So I would do that for Energiewende, and I would always get this diagram basically showing how much renewable energy there is when it comes to electricity consumption. And that's sort of like the most popular graph in the German debate about the Energiewende, because it's roughly sort of like 40% of the energy in electricity production comes from renewable sources. This graph doesn't really tell you anything about the Energiewende because it completely leaves out how much energy we use for heating and how much we use for traffic. So I wondered, like, why is this diagram so popular? Like, why is that? Why do we focus? Like, that is all over the place. You go on a website, even a site online, you would find some kind of version of that graph. The reason is, to my understanding, is the Umweltbundesamt in Germany basically has that graph like on a very prominent place as sort of like showing the progress of the Energiewende. And so I went to the Umweltbundesamt in Switzerland or the Umweltbundesamt in Germany and looked at their graph, and they have a completely different visualization. They just put all the energy the country is consuming into one graph, no matter what it's come from. Energy production or traffic or heating, they just put it into one graph. And then the Energiewende looks very different, because then you see all of a sudden, no, we are not very far. And in the case of Germany, what you can also see in this graph is basically all the renewable energy we have been producing the last 20 years for in the Energiewende. They just compensated for the nuclear power plants. So they basically just compensate. The Energiewende so far basically compensated the Atomausstieg. which is sort of like for climate change, more or less a zero-sum game. And for me, this sort of like, it raised the question of why does the Umweltbundesamt put that statistic out there so prominently? Is it also because it wanted to tell the story of the Energiewende that is sort of like positive, it's sort of like a success story? Because when you focus on the electricity market, yes, the Energiewende is a success. When you focus on the entire energy production, it's not much of a success. And yeah, so that's the thing that I was interested in, and yeah, and I think that's sort of like also part of our job as data journalists to look at different kinds of visualization and look at where are sort of like political interests maybe behind a certain kind of visualization that lead to misleading figures.
Yeah, right. Andreas, would you like to comment to that?
Oh, the previous one, I wanted to say something, sorry if that's okay. I think the previous case was, the tree planting case was a fantastic case study for another problem I wanted to mention, which is very, very, very important. And please, if you leave with anything today, leave with that. And I think it is the fact that we tend to, especially in these days, divide the world into good and bad. Good and bad opinions, good and bad people, good and bad things you could do. We moralize everything. And I love this story because you kept going despite that. But it's really hard for journalists to, despite this blowback, the sort of kind of like applause from the wrong side was like a big issue during Corona as well, remember? We need to all sort of look at the facts first, look at the facts separately from who says them and who might like them. I tell my students, you need to have this, it's like a monk, you need to have this exercise, do this exercise, just cut the facts off all that moralizing. Look at them, weigh them, and then, okay, maybe later, but then, you know, that's very important. And that's what he did there. That's what somebody else did recently told me about with Corona. There was a very prominent journalist, I'm not going to mention her name, she's very reliable in terms of she's not, you know, some crazy right-wing querdenker journalist. She's a fantastic colleague. And her daughter had like a problem, a big problem after Corona vaccination. So this journalist went to the doctor, and the doctor told her that it's not possibly from Corona. This is all, you know, crazy talk, and just don't even. And then she wrote about that because she was very upset in social media, and some colleagues told her, it's wrong of you to talk about this because you are going to endanger the Impfkampagne. And then a journalist at a big German newspaper told me a few days ago at a meeting a similar story, that basically she conceded that maybe journalists in Germany were a little bit too slow reporting on this side of issues because they didn't want to disturb the Impfkampagne. So what I'm saying is...
Right, that we talked about.
What's that?
That's the bias.
That's the bias, right? And please, don't think I'm on any side here, and I'm not, but this is very important that we shouldn't put a moral prism before we gather the facts. It's going to get us into big trouble because then nobody will trust us anymore as journalists, and that's the one thing that journalists can do to free themselves of that. We are not NGO people. We are not working for an NGO. I worked for an NGO before. If you work for an NGO, that's the big difference. Then the good fight is important. It's more important. If you write a press release, I really did this. I know what it feels like. I know it feels different. But journalism is not that. Please, if you take anything out of this room today, take that out of this room. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. I think that is... because I think that's exactly back to the polarization of our societies, is that these camps are just really dangerous. And some people really have a big interest that we don't work together, that we don't listen to each other. And that's why I think the work that you were doing is so important, that you try to always show the facts and try to question also sometimes when it's not very comfortable to be there, and question the people that you actually think, okay, this is the good story, this is the good science. Sometimes it might not just not be. I wonder if we've got about 8 minutes left, if we can have one last round of coming back to an open society where we do listen to each other. How do you try and achieve that with your work, Tim?
This is a bit of a weird position because as a data journalist, sort of like we have this reputation of sort of like being very neutral, sort of like even within the editorial space, sort of like the ones with the facts and everything. We're not, of course not. We have our own biases, we have our own history, and if we look at data, we bring that in. If I'm a very pessimistic person, my interpretation of a certain data set is going to be a very pessimistic one. If I'm an optimistic person, it's going to be the other way around. I bring in my own biography into reading statistics, doing conclusions. And I think we have to become, like now I'm especially talking as a data journalist, we have to become more aware of that and also reflect that more, and be more critical towards ourselves. And that is, I think, the one thing we can do to sort of like try and understand better that, you know, that there are different positions and there are different ways of looking at the same thing. For me, it's sort of like Corona was fascinating, and so far, when we look at the beginning of Corona, and I described it in my book in the beginning, you know, it became sort of like left-wing, right-wing issue. When we look at the early days of Corona, I remember like early January, February 2020. It was completely the other way around. Corona was emerging in China, and we basically knew everything about this virus. You know, the key figures we knew already. And the conclusion from that was clear at the time. It was like within the statistics community, where you deal with like viral numbers, and you sort of like have a sense for viral numbers, it was clear that we probably need to close borders. Now, if you brought that up in January, February 2020, you got a lot of applause from the political right. And there were AfD speeches in the Bundestag in like the early phase of the pandemic. Basically, Alice Weidel blaming the German government of not doing enough against Corona because it fitted her narrative of closing down borders. Then that changed completely, sort of like once that was through, that changed completely. All of a sudden, it was then the political right, and it was the AfD who was sort of like criticizing everything that had, like that the lockdowns were too strict and so on and so forth. But it changed completely but the facts didn't change. The underlying facts were exactly the same. But the interpretation changed completely. And I often think about this, and by the way, the idea that Corona is just the flu, that didn't came from this Querdenker. That was on Spiegel Online in the early days of the pandemic. That was not an idea that sort of like, it was a completely different picture at the time. than we have today or we had afterwards. And I often think about these examples that we have to just, sometimes you have to just look at data and look at why are certain people reading certain numbers a certain way, and then the picture gets much muddier, and hopefully that is then sort of like a ground for a discussion.
Thank you. Last words from you, Andreas. I mean, you already said it a little bit, how open societies
Yeah.
Anything to add to that?
Only one thing really, which is that we just all need to be more humble. Right. That is very important, just as important as the other thing. All of us, we need to be more humble. And if we are, it's just not worth it to lose friends over these discussions. And I mean, it happens right now. I mean, it gets so intense that I think the other problem is, apart from this moralizing problem, that we are starting to criticize people and who don't agree with us. We don't look at and then they become sort of like criticized, they become certain people, like there's this person and doesn't know what they're talking about, this person is an extremist, blah, blah. And once they've been labeled that way, it's very hard for them to get back to normal, and it's also very hard for others to get through that label, to actually listen to what they have to say after that. So there's sort of like ad hominem attacking everywhere. This sort of checking who is in what network, with what problematic person on Twitter. To draw a network, I mean, Jesus Christ, are we like in the GDR again? It's really damaging. And I'm saying on both sides, on all sides, not on just one side, all sides are doing it. And journalists need to cut through that and need to look at what people are saying, need to enable people to not feel bad for looking at what people are saying. Just like he said, it's like if Alice Weidel apparently thought something that later turned out to be acceptable things. I mean, it's fascinating, right? So that's that, and be humble. Everybody should be humble, and then we can talk with each other again.
Thank you very, very much. If there are no questions from the audience, thank you so much for bearing with us. You two bear with me that I jumped in and had a kind of a script and went a bit off script. Thank you so much. I think this was a really very interesting talk. Thank you, Tin. Thank you, Andreas. And to you, Alexandra and Franziska, get well soon and stay safe. With that, I just want to invite my dear colleague Anna to the stage. I hope she can hear this, because we're going to do the wrap-up of the day. And yes, thanks, Lydia. So thank you very much. Stay with us for just a couple of more minutes. We just want to do a quick wrap-up of the day. You can stay. You can also leave the stage, whatever you like.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Anna.
Festival times are always exciting times, and every day everything is changing, this time with amazing news, which we are going to publish tonight. Thank you so much, you two. I followed your talk partly, and the parts that I heard were super interesting. And I did read your book, and that was the inspiration for this talk altogether. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Yes. Thanks a lot for the invitation.
Thank you. Right.
So we keep them here.
Yeah,
we do a very quick wrap-up. Vivian, what have been your highlights of the last 3 days?
Oh, of the last 3 days.
Yeah, of the last 3 days.
Wow. I mean, yeah, for me, it already started on Friday with the workshops. We had 3 days of intense workshops from Friday to Sunday, which I thought was really amazing because we had amazing people joining us. And then on Monday, of course, everything was about the climate crisis and the food crisis that we have, and that how can we find solutions. As a storyteller, I really liked, of course, that Volker Schlöndorff just talked about his film. What else did I love about that?
I really think that Claudia was also very strong on the connection of climate and hunger, and her input was extremely strong, as well as having Kira Finke for the reading and for the intro. That was, I can recommend to re-watch both of it, because she really manages to transform what the session of this panel also was, to combine science and storytelling and facts, and so that was really strong. Yesterday was beautiful. I don't have another word for that.
Oh my God. Oh my God. We had such strong, amazing female voices in the room. Look, we've still got one here. Thank you, Sanela. This was really beautiful. I really enjoyed that day a lot. And I think we are not finished with that narrative on decolonization and the feminist perspective on it.
We are not. And I really want to say thank you again for all those women in particular joining us here, because they took, I know how their flights look like. It was like 17, 19, 20 hours flights just to be here to join us. That was really great. And also, I want to say a special thanks to Manuvi, because her wrap-up was so incredibly powerful. And I have never seen something like that before. And combining a wrap-up with a ceremony in thoughts of the ancestors was beautiful. That's why I came up with beautiful at the first point. And today was full of new learnings for me.
Yeah.
And old learnings and reminders.
Yes, definitely. I mean, we touched upon so many topics today. Ranging, of course, from storytelling in crisis times, hearing about Afghanistan again, which...
Also Ukraine. I mean, having Helena on the last panel.
Helena as a soldier. Oh my God.
Talking from what she's experiencing currently in Eastern Ukraine. That is different than reading it in the newspaper. It just is. And now this last panel, learning and getting new perspectives and contextualizing everything that we have heard before.
Yeah. And I think very beautiful, Andreas, to say we should stay humble towards our fellow people and listen to them and not categorize, to be able to talk and have an open society.
I think that's so important, leaving black and white behind us and going back to many shades of gray in between.
Yes,
that
exactly.
would be my wish for the future.
Yeah, I agree.
Small announcement at the end. Today in the evening, we discuss freedom of press with Gabriel Shipton, Alexander Sengerlaub, me and Christian Goini from the CDU. Alexander and Gabriel, you already met today. And all films are online available until October 31st, 2022. So don't miss them and watch them.
Right. Thank you so much, Anna.
Yeah, we do that next year again, don't we?
Oh, definitely. I'm in.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.